Chapter 36:31. It's here Lin Feng came to the outside of the cave and looked into the depths. It was pitch black inside, and visibility was extremely low. Such a place suppressed the six senses. Therefore, even if a powerful cultivator came here, he wouldn't be able to see too far. Most importantly, such a place couldn't be explored with spiritual force. Once spiritual force was used, if he used divine sense, he would definitely be discovered by the terrifying creature sleeping inside. At that time, he would be dead. Lin Feng carefully entered the cave. This passageway was extremely large and winding. He couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Right now, he was rather worried that he was stepping on a sleeping, ferocious beast. Wouldn't that be terrible? Now, Lin Feng could only hope that his luck wouldn't be so bad. A cold and gloomy aura filled the cave. Not long after, a cracking sound was heard. When this sound was heard, Lin Feng was so scared that his hands and feet turned cold because he stepped on something and made a sound. Fortunately, he had just entered the cave not long ago. In the area he was in, there weren't any terrifying sleeping creatures. Otherwise, he would definitely alarm those terrifying creatures. Lin Feng squatted down and felt around. He found a pile of bones in front of him. Someone came here in the past, and he even died in this place. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of peerless experts who were interested in the land of death. Those peerless experts came one after another to explore the secrets of the land of death. Some of them did indeed obtain heaven-defying opportunities in the land of death. Then, they completed a major transformation in their lives and became unparalleled existences. However, even more people died in the land of death, becoming skeletons in the land of death. Only a few succeeded. Even more people were reduced to white bones. Lin Feng carefully walked around the skeleton and continued to walk deeper. He became more and more careful because the deeper he went, the more dangerous it became. Who knew when a terrifying creature would appear? Not long after, a gloomy and terrifying aura spread out from the depths. After feeling that gloomy and terrifying aura, Lin Feng's face turned pale. A terrifying creature was walking outside. He could already hear the footsteps. Could it be that the terrifying creature had discovered him? Lin Feng stood in the cave, leaning against the wall on the left. He didn't move and even held his breath. He didn't dare to make any noise. Not long after, a pair of pale green eyes appeared in the darkness. It was too dark in the cave. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't see the terrifying creature's body. He could only see its eyes. That terrifying creature walked outside step by step. Lin Feng didn't know what level of an expert it was. When Lin Feng sensed his qi, he had the impression that his determination was about to collapse. This was an indescribable pressure. It was so powerful that it made people despair. That terrifying creature soon came to Lin Feng's side. At such a close distance, Lin Feng finally saw what kind of creature it was. It was a creature with a human body and a crow's head. His hands weren't human hands, but a pair of thick arms, like the claws of a crocodile. The most creepy thing was that this terrifying creature didn't have hair growing on its body. His body was densely covered with small snakes. It was a small black snake that grew out of his body. The densely packed small snakes stuck out their forked tongues and looked around with cold eyes. When it came to Lin Feng's side, that terrifying monster actually stopped. He seemed to have noticed something. Lin Feng's face changed greatly, but he didn't dare to make any noise. The stone coat could block the senses of these terrifying creatures. But if Lin Feng moved, he definitely wouldn't be able to block the senses of these terrifying creatures. At that time, he would definitely be discovered by these terrifying creatures. At that time, it would be a dead end. Suddenly, that terrifying creature turned his head and looked at Lin Feng's position. He walked towards Lin Feng's position step by step. Dong, dong, dong. Lin Feng's heartbeat suddenly sped up. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out. At this moment, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from outside. He didn't know what had happened. This terrifying creature turned his head and looked outside. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning. He quickly rushed outside and soon disappeared without a trace. Scared me to death. Lin Feng's heart still had lingering fear. Only now did he realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. It was really too dangerous just now, if it wasn't for the change outside. He was afraid. He had been discovered by that terrifying existence. At that time, it would be difficult to escape. Lin Feng stabilized his emotions. Then, he walked inside step by step. Not long after, there was some light in front. A cave appeared on the rock wall on the left side of the cave. The light was emitted from that cave. What's that? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering. He walked towards the cave. When he arrived outside the cave, Lin Feng found that the cave was isolated by a layer of golden light. That layer of golden light was very special. It seemed to be able to slow down the flow of time. And in the cave, there was a terrifying creature lying on its stomach. This creature was extremely strange. It had the body of a deer, the head of a lion, the eyes of a dragon, the tail of a tiger, and the claws of a leopard. Lin Feng had never seen such a creature, and this creature was obviously still alive, because Lin Feng found that its body was moving up and down. It was obviously breathing. Lin Feng didn't disturb this terrifying creature. He left the place where the terrifying creature was sleeping and continued to walk inside. Not long after, Lin Feng saw the second cave. In this cave, there was also a terrifying creature slumbering in a deep sleep. What surprised Lin Feng was that the terrifying creature sleeping in this cave looked like a dragon. This dragon was about 3 meters long. Its body was like a lizard, and its head was huge. Looking at its head, it looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Earth Dragon clan. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was an existence that was even stronger than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, this dragon's body was a little too small. The Western Dragon clan's body was generally larger. Lin Feng walked all the way into the depths. He saw dozens of caves one after another. Some of the caves were empty, and some of the caves had terrifying creatures sleeping in them. Lin Feng passed through the place where the creatures were sleeping, and a fork appeared in front of him. Lin Feng entered the left fork. Not long after, he saw a skeleton. Chapter 30, 632. The corpse was sitting cross-legged, and the clothes on his body had long rotted away, even though only the skeleton was left. However, his skeleton was still emitting a shocking energy fluctuation. His skeleton was not the grayish-white skeleton of an ordinary cultivator. It was a very rare emerald green skeleton. This kind of emerald green skeleton was the color of jade. In the darkness, it emitted a faint fluorescent light. Could it be the skeleton of the Master of Destiny? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. It wasn't an easy task to mutate the bones. It required a strong cultivation base to support it. Obviously, a powerhouse like the Master of Destiny should have this ability. And this powerhouse was sitting cross-legged when he died, and his corpse was not damaged at all. In other words, the terrifying creatures living here did not touch this corpse. One had to know, the terrifying creatures that lived here were not good people. After this powerhouse died, his corpse must have had a great effect on the cultivation of these creatures. But the creatures here did not eat this powerhouse's corpse. This meant that there were too many problems. Lin Feng carefully walked towards the corpse. As he got closer to the corpse, he slowly approached it. Waves of gloomy and cold aura spread and engulfed his entire body. That kind of gloomy and cold aura made Lin Feng shiver involuntarily. A faint pressure spread out from the corpse. Although it was not strong, it was extremely terrifying. After feeling the pressure emitted from the corpse, Lin Feng felt an extremely serious sense of oppression in his heart. That kind of oppression made Lin Feng feel like he was about to suffocate. This junior did not mean to offend senior. This time, I came here hoping to obtain senior's inheritance and spread senior's lifelong knowledge. Lin Feng said respectfully. Lin Feng did not come here just to find the Sword of Destiny. Of course, his main purpose was still to obtain the inheritance of the Master of Destiny. Lin Feng hoped to kill two birds with one stone. So far, everything seemed to be going quite smoothly. That skeleton seemed to have its own consciousness, and when it heard Lin Feng's words, it was shocked. The pressure emanating from the skeleton actually dissipated. Lin Feng looked at the skeleton in shock. As expected of the skeleton left behind by a top powerhouse, he could even understand his words. Lin Feng walked towards the skeleton again. He gradually approached the skeleton. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited when he came to the skeleton's side. Countless powerhouses outside were trying to find the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny. But who would have thought he had actually obtained the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny? However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was puzzled about. He didn't see the Destiny Immortal Bell. Could it be that the treasure was still outside? The Immortal Bell of Destiny was extraordinary. Lin Feng guessed that this supreme treasure had most likely turned into a tool cultivator. It was extremely difficult to subdue such an existence. Perhaps the current mission of the Destiny Immortal Bell was to find a successor for the Master of Destiny. Lin Feng kowtowed 3 times in front of the skeleton. Then he took off the storage ring on the skeleton's hand and impatiently poured his divine sense into the storage ring. But then Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. The storage ring had been destroyed. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. Could it be that the Sword of Destiny was destroyed along with the storage ring, and the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny's legacy was also destroyed? Lin Feng frowned. At this moment, Lin Feng saw that there seemed to be a token in the arms of the skeleton. Lin Feng held the token in his hand. He carefully observed it. The token was made of an unknown material and was cold to the touch. When Lin Feng took the talisman, he was astonished. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. It seems that someone has entered this place. When the voice fell, Lin Feng felt the scene in front of him change. The next moment, he arrived in a mysterious space. There were only 2 people in this space. One of them was him. The other person was a man in white. This man in white was extremely handsome. "Senior, are you the Master of Destiny?" Lin Feng looked at the man and asked. The reason he entered this space should be related to the token. Lin Feng suspected that the skeleton belonged to the Master of Destiny, and that the skeleton should be the man in front of him. "I am not the Master of Destiny," the man in white said. Lin Feng was shocked. The man in white was not the Master of Destiny. This was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. "The skeleton of the Master of Destiny is in another cave," the man in white said. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, how should I address you?" "Undying Realm, by Chang Tian," the man in white said. Lin Feng was surprised. He had not expected this man to be a cultivator of the Undying Realm. The white-clothed man continued, "I hope that you can help me bring this token to the Undying Realm, and then give it to my father, by Lenchan. Also, Tell my father to be on guard against eldest senior brother, son Daoyang. Why must you be wary of him? Lin Feng could sense that things were not as simple as they seemed and could not help but ask. The man in white sighed. In the past, I came here with big senior brother to search for the items left behind by the Master of Destiny. However, big senior brother ambushed me, and I suffered a near-fatal injury. However, I managed to injure big senior brother severely as well. Big senior brother managed to escape, while I was powerless to do anything. Eventually, I passed away here. Lin Feng asked, could it be that he wanted to take all the treasures here for himself? Was that why he tried to kill him? The man in white shook his head. Big senior brother cultivates the Tao of emotionlessness. He has no interest in treasures that have nothing to do with the Tao of emotionlessness. The reason why big senior brother ambushed me was because he wanted to become the Grand Master of Jiling sect. Jiling sect? What sort of power is that? Lin Feng asked curiously. The man in white replied, Jiling sect is one of the oldest and strongest sects in the Undying Realm. They control the Jiling region of the Undying Realm. My father is the Grand Master of Jiling sect, and I'm the first in line to inherit the position. Only by killing me can big senior brother see any hope of taking control of Jiling sect. Lin Feng asked, Senior, didn't you notice the wild ambitions of this man? The man in white sighed. Big senior brother hit it too well. Everyone was fooled by him. He knew that I was interested in the Tao teachings of the Master of Destiny. Therefore, he thought of a way to find the Tao teachings of the Master of Destiny to lure me here. However, I don't hate him. If I do, I can only hate myself for trusting him too much. Lin Feng continued, If I can reach the Undying Realm, I will definitely not let you down. I will report this matter to Senior's father. Many thanks. Chapter 36-33. The thing that appeared in the hands of the man in white was a white jade pendant. This is... Lin Feng looked at the white jade pendant and couldn't help but frown slightly. The white jade pendant was extraordinary. He just didn't know. What was the origin of this white jade pendant? The man in white said with a sad expression, This was originally a pendant given to me by my junior sister, Qian Chioshua. I understand my junior sister's feelings, but in the end, I have to let her down. Please bring it back with you and give this pendant to my junior sister. Lin Feng took the pendant. He glanced at it and found that the pendant was not a treasure. Estimated, it was just an ordinary token, but it had an extraordinary meaning. Okay, when the time comes, I will definitely help Senior to give the pendant to Senior Qian Chioshua. Lin Feng said, Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to leave for you. The man in white sighed. Lin Feng said, Senior is too serious. Junior is not doing this to get anything. Work hard to cultivate. The world is very big and boundless. In the future, you will come into contact with a new world. At that time, you will know that what you see and know is, after all, a small place. The man in white said. Lin Feng felt that the man in white's words had a hidden meaning, because at the current stage, what Lin Feng saw and knew about the world was boundless. But the man in white said that this was a small place. It couldn't help but make people daydream. Lin Feng didn't know what the man in white's words meant. But Lin Feng felt that. The man in white must want to tell him something. But in the end, he was afraid and didn't say it out loud. But he still said this sentence. To remind himself, the man in white's body began to become illusory. His body, it was dissipating little by little. In the end, the man in white's body completely disappeared in front of him, and Lin Feng felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. The next moment, his divine sense returned. Lin Feng found himself standing in the cave. The man in white's skeleton actually spontaneously combusted, and in his hand, he was actually holding the pendant that the man in white gave him. Rest in peace. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he looked at the burning, white-clothed man's skeleton. Next, he bowed 3 more times to the white-clothed man's skeleton. The white-robed man's skeleton turned into ashes. Lin Feng sighed. In the past, this person must have been incomparably powerful, but in the end, he ended up in such a miserable state. It really made one sigh endlessly. The world of cultivators was just that cruel. Sometimes you don't hurt people, but there's no guarantee that others won't harm you. Therefore, one must always be on guard against others. This sentence was simply a saying of wisdom. He absolutely could not forget it, because once he relaxed, he might be schemed against. At that time, he would end up like the white-robed man, dying a tragic death. Lin Feng put away the token and the white jade pendant. Then he went back the way he came. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the fork in the road. Lin Feng then walked towards another cave. After entering the cave, Lin Feng saw a skeleton in the depths of the cave. The owner of the skeleton had been dead for a long time. Next to the skeleton, there was a sword stuck in the ground. When he saw the sword, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The Sword of Destiny. That sword must be the supreme treasure passed down by the Master of Destiny. The Sword of Destiny. Because Lin Feng felt the power of destiny from that sword. That sword was also the key to saving Feng Wanxian. Found it. I finally found the skeleton of the Master of Destiny and the Sword of Destiny. I wonder if the inheritance of the Master of Destiny is also here. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He walked towards the skeleton of the Master of Destiny. However, at this moment, a gust of cold wind blew in the cave. When the chilly wind blew, Lin Feng's mind suddenly trembled. Because the cave was located in the innermost part of the cave, the wind from the outside couldn't blow in. However, the chilly wind that blew for no reason made Lin Feng feel that something was wrong. He quickly stopped and held his breath, not daring to move an inch. Clang! However, at this moment, an invisible force blasted onto Lin Feng's body through the stone armor. That formless power was simply too powerful. It directly sent Lin Feng flying. The stone armor was extraordinary. It blocked most of the force. Only a small part of the force affected Lin Feng. Even so, that small part of the force still caused great damage to Lin Feng. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Lin Feng didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. His face turned as white as a sheet of paper. His mind was overwhelmed with shock. There must be a terrifying creature hiding in this cave. It was that terrifying creature that attacked him. Lin Feng got up from the ground. He looked around with a gloomy expression. However, after searching carefully, Lin Feng didn't find anything other than the skeleton of the Master of Destiny. He was the only one here. Don't you think it's embarrassing for such a powerful existence like you to hide in the dark and attack? Come out and let me see what kind of creature you are. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. However, he didn't get any response. Bang! In the next moment, an invisible force blasted onto Lin Feng's body again. Immediately, Lin Feng was sent flying. Wah! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler. If it wasn't for the stone armor, it would have been too dangerous just now. This kind of stone armor could neutralize the attacks of creatures in the land of death. However, it could only neutralize a part of the attack. It couldn't neutralize all the attacks. Therefore, Lin Feng's situation was still very bad. Lin Feng didn't even know what attacked him. This made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness. If this continued, only death would await him. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He looked at the skeleton of the Master of Destiny. Perhaps the skeleton of the Master of Destiny could protect him. Lin Feng got up from the ground and quickly ran towards the skeleton of the Master of Destiny. An endless, gloomy, and cold aura filled the air, and a majestic power suddenly burst out like the sea. Like a waterfall falling, its power was so strong that it was shocking. That terrifying force directly enveloped Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng felt his hands and feet turn cold. There was no way he could resist that terrifying force. His face immediately revealed an expression of extreme shock. If such a terrifying force descended, it would be disastrous. It was very likely that he would die, and his Tao would vanish. At this moment of life and death, the Sword of Destiny, it actually shook the void. In the Sword of Destiny, Chapter 30, 634. Swoosh! Dazzling sword energy surged out from the inside of the Sword of Destiny. The sword energy seemed to be able to instantly pierce through the void and shatter heaven and earth. The power was so strong that it was shocking. The Sword of Destiny directly soared into the sky and came to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng fully activated the 3 layers of Haki. His body was under the protection of the Haki. Soon, he was able to move freely. Lin Feng opened his big hand and grabbed the Sword of Destiny. Crack! It was accompanied by a violent sound of friction. The Sword of Destiny was directly grabbed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng waved the Sword of Destiny and slashed forward. The surging, terrifying power was instantly torn apart by Lin Feng's Sword of Destiny. The power of the Sword of Destiny. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked, because the Sword of Destiny actually dissolved the terrifying creature's attack. Roar! But at this moment, a low roar resounded in the cave. The commotion here, it had already attracted the attention of the sleeping creatures outside. Some sleeping creatures only raised their eyelids. Then they continued to close their eyes, ignoring the situation in the depths of the cave. However, some of the sleeping creatures came out of their slumber. Then they entered the depths of the cave. A total of 7 or 8 terrifying creatures arrived. When he saw those terrifying creatures, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. With so many terrifying creatures, the situation was too dangerous. It made him feel the threat of death. Although the Sword of Destiny could exert an unimaginable effect, but it was unrealistic to only rely on the Sword of Destiny to block the attacks of so many terrifying creatures. Lin Feng was also very clear about this. Therefore, Lin Feng's expression was very serious. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. The slightest carelessness could cause him to die here. The person who is blessed by fate. A silver creature looked at Lin Feng, its eyes flashing with dense, killing intent. Very good. It can increase our fate. Another creature said with a cold smile, full of murderous intent. These terrifying creatures devoured flesh and blood only to maintain some of their physical needs. What really drove them crazy was the power of providence. Luck was something that couldn't be explained in words. This was an invisible force that no one could see with the naked eye. However, no one could ignore providence. Some people could find an ancient cultivator's immortal's cave just by going out, and then make a fortune. Some people went through untold hardships, narrowly escaping death, and finally found a cave that not only did not have any treasures, it was actually occupied by a large number of terrifying, ferocious beasts. This was because the 2 of them had different destinies. Their cultivation, realms became more and more profound. The greater the effect of luck on a cultivator, the greater the effect. The terrifying creatures in the land of death clearly had a greater desire for luck than anyone else. They yearned for the blessing of providence, which would play an extremely important role in their future. Let's share this human cultivator's fortune. The third terrifying being spoke. Then, a group of terrifying creatures rushed towards Lin Feng. Suffocating pressure. It engulfed his entire body, even though he was holding the sword of destiny. But Lin Feng still felt his soul trembling. He couldn't even move his body. This feeling was too terrible. It was hard to imagine what level of existence these creatures were. In front of these existences, Lin Feng felt like he was an ant. These terrifying creatures were all gigantic dragons. The difference was so great. Just as these terrifying creatures were about to pounce, suddenly, crack, the void cracked open. Then, an ancient bell flew out from the crack in the void. When he saw this ancient bell, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This ancient bell, it was actually the immortal bell of destiny. Lin Feng had seen the immortal bell of destiny before, and he even suspected that the immortal bell of destiny had turned into a weapon cultivator. This suspicion wasn't without reason. The immortal bell of destiny was simply too heaven-defying in many ways. This was the main reason why Lin Feng was suspicious. Now that the immortal bell of destiny had appeared, a powerful devouring force surged out from the immortal bell of destiny. Lin Feng was devoured by the immortal bell of destiny. As for those terrifying creatures, they rushed over and bombarded the destiny immortal bell with their powerful attacks. Dong dong dong. The immortal bell of destiny suddenly let out earth-shaking collisions. But the immortal bell of destiny was simply too hard. These terrifying creatures of the land of death were incomparably powerful, but their attacks weren't able to destroy the immortal bell of destiny. This was the life treasure of the Master of Destiny. Naturally, it was incomparably extraordinary. After blocking the attacks of the terrifying creatures, the immortal bell of destiny directly tore open the void. Then, it drilled into the cracked void and disappeared without a trace. The terrifying creatures let out furious roars one after another. Swish! A light flashed. The immortal bell of destiny appeared in a forest. Then, the immortal bell of destiny threw Lin Feng out. "Thank you for saving my life." Lin Feng cupped his fists. The immortal bell of destiny said, "You were actually able to silently sneak into the place where the Master of Destiny died. You are quite capable." Lin Feng was shocked. Now, the immortal bell of destiny had taken the initiative to speak. It seemed that the immortal bell of destiny had indeed turned into a weapon cultivator. For a treasure like the immortal bell of destiny, once it turned into a weapon cultivator, it would become an independent entity. It was equivalent to a cultivator. Under normal circumstances, others wouldn't be able to subdue it. There were only two ways to make the immortal bell of destiny recognize a master. First, the immortal bell of destiny recognized a master. Second, using absolute strength to suppress the immortal bell of destiny. But obviously, it was extremely difficult to do these two things. Lin Feng said, "I was very lucky to be able to enter that place." The immortal bell of destiny said, "If it was just luck, you wouldn't have been able to enter that place. Since you found the skeleton of the Master of Destiny, I am free now. I can finally be free. Take this item. It should be of great benefit to you." Light surged. An item flew out. That item, it was actually a stone. This is... Lin Feng was puzzled. The Stone of Destiny. The Master of Destiny was born with the Stone of Destiny. My mission is to wait for the arrival of a person who can inherit the Stone of Destiny. The Stone of Destiny should have recorded the most powerful divine abilities of the Master of Destiny. Cultivate well and don't let the divine abilities of the Master of Destiny be lost. As soon as it finished speaking, the immortal bell of destiny disappeared into thin air. The methods of the immortal bell of destiny were indeed extremely shocking. Chapter 36-35. There was basically no dark erosion in the depths of the Swamp of Fate. However, this was not absolute. Lin Feng appeared in the depths of the territory. The dark, corrosive energies were staring at him. The dark erosion was as fast as lightning. It swallowed all the light around it. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the jade talisman that Feng Wanxian had given him before. When the dark erosion came, a dazzling immortal light gushed out from the mysterious jade talisman. 9 figures appeared in the immortal light. They seemed to be immortals of the country of 10,000 immortals. They surrounded Lin Feng and helped Lin Feng resist the dark erosion. Lin Feng vaguely heard a sound like a ghost crying coming from the darkness. That sound made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. In addition to the sound like a ghost crying, Lin Feng always felt that there seemed to be something terrifying staring at him in the darkness. This feeling was so strong. Lin Feng had always been extremely confident in his feelings. Therefore, he believed in everything he felt. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. Or else, he didn't know what terrible situation would happen. Lin Feng quickly rushed to the distance. The 9 immortal phantoms guarded him and dispelled the darkness. And the darkness had been constantly attacking the defense line of the 9 immortal phantoms. Again and again, it hit him. After attacking many times in a row, it didn't break through the defense line of the immortal phantoms. This made Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. In the end, Lin Feng returned to the place where Feng Wanxian was suppressed under the protection of the 9 immortal phantoms. Feng Wanxian's spiritual body was resisting the dark erosion. "Senior, I brought the Sword of Destiny," Lin Feng said. Feng Wanxian's spiritual body showed joy. Feng Wanxian's spiritual body rushed to Lin Feng. He joined Lin Feng. He needed to protect Lin Feng's safety to prevent Lin Feng from being killed by the dark erosion. When dawn came, the dark erosion quickly dispersed. After a night of fighting, Feng Wanxian's spirit body became more and more illusory. Perhaps it was just as the innumerable immortal spirit body had said. His spirit tea would not be able to last for long. Perhaps in the near future, his spirit body would be destroyed. Lin Feng's appearance was just too timely. "Go, let's go down," Feng Wanxian's spirit body said. Lin Feng nodded. He followed Feng Wanxian's spirit body into the cave. In the depths of the cave was a large rift valley. The rift valley led to the bottom of the mountain range. Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian's spirit bodies entered the great rift valley. In the end, they arrived at the foot of the mountain range. There was an independent space under the mountain range, and this space was enveloped by a huge energy shield. Lin Feng and Feng Wanxian's spirit bodies entered the energy barrier. Then, they arrived at the interior of the space. Inside the space, 4 thick chains connected the 4 corners of the space. Feng Wanxian's original body was chained by the 4 chains, and his body was suspended in midair. However, at this moment, Feng Wanxian's original body was motionless, and his eyes were closed. Feng Wanxian's spirit body entered the body of his original body. At this time, Feng Wanxian's original body opened his eyes. Lin Feng took out the Sword of Destiny, then jumped up into the air and slashed at one of the chains. Puff! The Sword of Destiny cut the chain in half in an instant. Lin Feng moved quickly and slashed 3 more times in a row. Puff! 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 The other 3 chains were also cut by Lin Feng. Feng Wanxian was free. Feng Wanxian, who had just escaped, was severely injured. Obviously, it would take some time for him to fully recover. However, Feng Wanxian was strong enough, so his aura was still unfathomable. "Come with me," Fang Wanxian waved his hand, and Lin Feng was immediately wrapped up. They flew deeper into the space. They directly penetrated through that space. When they came out of that space, they found themselves in the core world. Here, raging flames burned the world. "Senior, what are you doing here?" Lin Feng asked. "Back then, I came here to look for something, but I didn't find it. Instead, I was plotted against and imprisoned. But in recent years, I've sensed that thing. It seems to have appeared." Fang Wanxian said. "What thing?" Lin Feng asked. "Saint Soul Dragon Crystal." Fang Wanxian said. "Saint Soul Dragon Crystal? What's that?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "One crystal can create two thoughts. Even if the soul dies, the body will not die. A single Saint Soul Dragon Crystal can help a person split into two secondary primordial spirits." Fang Wanxian said. "What? So powerful?" Lin Feng was shocked. In recent years, Lin Feng had encountered many fortuitous encounters. He had obtained several natural treasures, and he had split into three secondary primordial spirits. So now, Lin Feng had one primary primordial spirit and three secondary primordial spirits. He could do four things at once. It was a treasure that could help a cultivator split into two secondary primordial spirits. Lin Feng had never seen it before, let alone seen it before. He had never even heard of it before. There are always some unbelievable things in this world. The Saint Soul Dragon Crystal is one such thing. Fang Wanxian said. Lin Feng nodded. He and Fang Wanxian began to search for the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal. However, after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find it. Could it be that the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal has left this place? Lin Feng asked. Impossible. A few days ago, I sensed the aura of the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal. Fang Wanxian said. Then, he looked at the depths of the planet's core. Flames were burning there, and the void was distorted by the heat. The temperature, there was at least a few 100,000 degrees. If ordinary great emperors approached that area, their bodies would be burned to ashes. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one dared to go there. Let's go there and take a look. Fang Wanxian pointed at the area. It was the entrance to the depths of the planet's core. The center of the great world was the planet's core. In the depths of the planet's core, there was the power of the great world. However, the depths of the planet's core were too terrifying. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to enter and extract the power of the great world. This was because it was said that the power of the great world was often very powerful. Even if a cultivator entered the depths of the planet's core, they would probably be killed by the power of the great world. Lin Feng took out the ruler's armor. He wore the ruler's armor to protect his body as he flew toward the entrance to the depths of the planet's core with Fang Wanxian. As they got closer to the entrance to the depths of the planet's core, the temperature became higher and higher. However, Lin Feng had the 5 heavenly fires and the protection of the ruler's armor. So this temperature didn't hurt Lin Feng. Fang Wanxian's strength was heaven-defying. This temperature also didn't cause any harm to Fang Wanxian. Soon, Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian arrived at the entrance to the depths of the planet's core. As soon as they arrived, suddenly, amidst the endless flames, a fire dragon rushed out. The fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian. Chapter 36. The fire dragon was hidden in the flames. Taking advantage of the appearance of Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian, it suddenly attacked, wanting to catch Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian off guard. It's the fire dragon transformed from the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal. Fang Wanxian's eyes suddenly lit up. The origin of the fire dragon in front of him was extremely extraordinary. It was not an ordinary fire dragon. It was the Saint Soul Dragon crystal that Fong Wanxian had mentioned before. This made Lin Feng very surprised, because the Saint Soul Dragon crystal could actually transform into a fire dragon. It was really incredible. Lin Feng's mind became active. If he could get the Saint Soul Dragon crystal, it would be of great benefit to him. In fact, Lin Feng still had a supreme treasure that could split the fifth primordial spirit. This supreme treasure was the seven-colored holy flower that he had obtained from the evil devil bandit group's lair. It was just that during this period of time, Lin Feng had not had time to refine the seven-colored holy flower. If he could get the Saint Soul Dragon crystal, he could refine it together. Facing the devouring of the fire dragon, formed by the Saint Soul Dragon crystal, Lin Feng directly used the demon ancestor's sacred fist. With a punch, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Lin Feng, who was wearing the Dominator's armor, became extremely terrifying. Fong Wanxian could not help but be slightly surprised. Of course, Fong Wanxian was even more terrifying. He was a person who seized the great fortune of heaven and earth. Therefore, his realm was profound, and his cultivation was powerful. Although Fong Wanxian was now weak, but this was only relatively speaking. In fact, Fong Wanxian was still extremely terrifying. Bang! Fong Wanxian attacked and slapped the fire dragon. The joint attack of Lin Feng and Fong Wanxian was really powerful. The fire dragon was directly slapped away. Seeing that it was no match for Lin Feng and Fong Wanxian, the fire dragon turned and flew toward the depths of the core world. Lin Feng and Fong Wanxian chased after it. In the depths of the core world, there were destructive forces everywhere. The void was distorted together. If one was not careful, they could be instantly killed by the distorted void. But fortunately, Lin Feng and Fong Wanxian's cultivation was high. Their means were tyrannical. They chased after him relentlessly. After chasing for dozens of miles, they finally caught up to the fire dragon formed by the Holy Soul Dragon crystal. Lin Feng's thoughts moved. The three stone swords flew out and slashed towards the fire dragon. Fong Wanxian, on the other hand, condensed out a kingdom of myriad immortals, which shot towards the fire dragon. The roar of the fire dragon shook the heavens. He wanted to struggle, but in the end, he failed. He was killed by Lin Feng and Fong Wanxian. In the end, the fire dragon turned into a dragon crystal. The dragon crystal was the size of a walnut. With a flick of his finger, Fong Wanxian slashed the sword Qi at the dragon crystal. Immediately, the dragon crystal split into two. "You take this half," Fong Wanxian said. Lin Feng took the dragon crystal. He had always been like this. He wouldn't reject anything that he needed, not to mention that he had also contributed to killing the fire dragon. It was only natural for him to obtain half of the dragon crystals. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the core world. That aura caused Lin Feng's expression to change abruptly. It was as if some primordial beast had awakened from its slumber. "Is there some terrifying creature in the core?" Lin Feng asked with a solemn expression. Fong Wanxian nodded and said, "It is indeed very possible. Now that I have not recovered, it is not good to stay here for long. Let's go." "All right," Lin Feng replied. He quickly flew out with Fong Wanxian. After coming out of the underground world, Lin Feng and Fong Wanxian rushed out of the Master of Destiny. The trip to the Master of Destiny was fruitful. Lin Feng was very satisfied. Outside, Fong Wanxian looked at Lin Feng and said, "Back then, you participated in the matter of the 9 regions. I guess you must be a thorn in the eyes of all the clans, right? It's better to leave the heavenly sage great world as soon as possible." Lin Feng said, I am only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. I want to break through in the heavenly sage great world before leaving. There are indeed many forces from the myriad races that want to kill me, but it is not that easy for them to do so. I can use the experts of the myriad races to temper my cultivation. I hope to reach a peak state when I break through to the Emperor realm. Since you have made up your mind, you must be very careful. These forces from the myriad races are much more terrifying than you imagined. When they invaded the 9 regions, they probably did not use their trump cards. If they did, the outcome would be hard to say. Fang Wanxian said. Lin Feng was shocked. Clearly, Fang Wanxian had a better understanding of the myriad races. What was the trump card that Fang Wanxian was talking about? Lin Feng asked curiously. What exactly is the trump card that Senior is talking about? Fang Wanxian said, the ancient experts that sealed themselves in the stone. No one knows how terrifying their cultivation is. Hearing that, Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. If even Fang Wanxian was using such words to describe the myriad races' trump cards, one could imagine how terrifying the myriad races' trump cards were. Fang Wanxian said, Fortunately, these trump cards can only be used when the myriad races are in danger of being wiped out. At other times, they cannot be used. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief at Fang Wanxian's words. But then again, it seemed to make sense. Those trump cards naturally could not be used casually. Every time they were used, the cost would be enormous. Were those trump cards? Lin Feng asked. Myriad Saints Mountain. It is the holy land of the myriad races. Although the Alliance of Holy War, Alliance of Immortals, and Alliance of Fiendish Demons are like fire and water, the 3 forces will never have any disputes at Myriad Saints Mountain. That is because Myriad Saints Mountain is the holy land of the myriad races. Every few years, the 3 forces will go there to worship their ancestors. At that time, some of the young experts will fight in the arena. The winner will be qualified to enter the depths of Myriad Saints Mountain to undergo a baptism. It is said that once they undergo the baptism, they will obtain great benefits. I see. Lin Feng could not help but nod. Lin Feng then asked, Senior, what are your plans? I plan to return to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to take a look. I wonder how the Reincarnation Immortal Sect is doing. After that, I will look for Lord Tortoise's whereabouts. Fang Wanxian said. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, Senior, thank you for remembering my master. Fang Wanxian said, Although Lord Tortoise is not my master, he has guided me in my cultivation many times. Let's part ways here. Senior, take care. Lin Feng said. Fang Wanxian nodded and said, You are alone in the heavenly sage great world. You must be careful. The 2 of them exchanged a few words, and then they parted ways. Fang Wanxian flew toward the astral world. As for Lin Feng, he left the area where the Master of Destiny was. He flew in the direction of Metalstone City. He had no idea where Wu Liang Daoist had gone. Lin Feng wanted to join forces with Wu Liang Daoist. They were going to explore the myriad races cemetery of the Holy War Alliance together. Chapter 36-37. The Golden Stone City was still very lively, but now a large number of cultivators had entered the Forest of Destiny. Therefore, the current Golden Stone City was not at its most lively time. When Lin Feng arrived at the Golden Stone City, he returned to the place where he first stayed. He inquired for a while. Only then did he know that the immeasurable Taoist had not returned. He did not know where the immeasurable Taoist had been teleported to. Lin Feng planned to wait for a while. He rented a courtyard in the courtyard area of the inn, and then carried the unconscious Wu Yuehan out of the mountain river ring. Then he placed her on the bed. This woman, who was like a top-grade beauty, was now weak and pale, although the monster's poison had been neutralized. However, it had also caused serious damage to Wu Yuehan. Fortunately, Wu Yuehan's cultivation was relatively strong. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. Lin Feng entered the time and space. He planned to refine the 7-colored holy flower and half of the dragon crystal. Lin Feng first took out the 7-colored holy flower. Then he swallowed the 7-colored holy flower. Then the immemorial dragon-esque elephant art was activated, and his body began to absorb the power of the 7-colored holy flower. Time passed day by day. The 7-colored holy flower and half of the dragon crystal were refined by Lin Feng one after another. After refining these 2 heaven and earth treasures, Lin Feng once again obtained 2 primordial spirits. Now, Lin Feng already had 1 main primordial spirit and 5 auxiliary primordial spirits. At most, he could do 6 things at once. This was a rather heaven-defying ability. Lin Feng flew out of the time and space. He found that Wu Yuehan was still unconscious, but her complexion was much better than before. Lin Feng reached out and checked Wu Yuehan's pulse. Then he couldn't help but frown slightly. Wu Yuehan's pulse was weak. It seemed to be caused by the poison. In such a situation, it was not suitable to take any elixirs, because when one's body was in an extremely weak state, consuming such nourishing things would be counterproductive. Lin Feng sat on the bed and then helped Wu Yuehan up. Lin Feng let Wu Yuehan sit in front of him. Next, Lin Feng's left hand was placed on Wu Yuehan's lower abdomen, while his right hand was placed on Wu Yuehan's back. Lin Feng's magic power slowly flowed into Wu Yuehan's body. Lin Feng hoped to use his magic power to nourish Wu Yuehan's body. In that case, Wu Yuehan might be able to recover faster. This was the only way Lin Feng could think of at the moment. As Lin Feng's spiritual power poured into Wu Yuehan's body, Wu Yuehan's originally cold body also began to warm up. Her face, which was originally as pale as a sheet of paper, now had a touch of rosy color, especially Wu Yuehan's lips. Originally, Wu Yuehan's lips were pale. Now, it was starting to turn pink. Lin Feng revealed a happy expression. It seemed that he had used his magic power to nourish Wu Yuehan's body. Indeed, it had a great effect on Wu Yuehan. As time passed, Wu Yuehan's body gradually recovered. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yuehan's long eyelashes fluttered. The next moment, she opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Lin Feng beside her. Then, she saw the ambiguous posture with Lin Feng and immediately blushed. Of course, Wu Yuehan also knew that Lin Feng was healing her, and she was very grateful. Looking at Lin Feng, whose eyes were tightly closed, Wu Yuehan suddenly felt a rush of excitement. Did he save me? Wu Yuehan could not help but think in Han Xian. Wu Yuehan still remembered the scene very clearly. She was attacked by the monster, and because of the poison, she instantly fainted. Wu Yuehan originally thought that she was going to die. But who would have thought that she would be saved by someone? Although Wu Yuehan did not know what happened after she fainted. However, Wu Yuehan could roughly guess the scene at that time. At this time, Lin Feng also opened his eyes. Seeing that Wu Yuehan had woken up, Lin Feng was very happy. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Lin Feng asked. "I feel fine. Thank you for saving me." Wu Yuehan said with a red face, a man and a woman alone in a room. Although it was to heal her, and it was pure, Wu Yuehan was destined to have never experienced such things. Moreover, it was the first time she had such contact with a man. Therefore, she was very shy. Lin Feng got up, put on his shoes, and said, Fairy has just woken up. Have a good rest. You can call me Yuehan in the future, Wu Yuehan said with a red face. Lin Feng called her Fairy, which was more or less distant. Wu Yuehan did not know why she took the initiative to let Lin Feng call her Yuehan. Generally, only a relatively close relationship could call a woman that. Wu Yuehan suddenly felt that she was a bit attached to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was slightly stunned, then nodded. He did not stay in Wu Yuehan's room for long. Lin Feng left Wu Yuehan's room and let her rest. In the next few days, Lin Feng would use his magic power to nourish Wu Yuehan's body every day. The two sides had more and more contact, and their relationship became much closer. Lin Feng was still waiting for the immeasurable Taoist to arrive, but that damn Taoist still did not come. Lin Feng was already planning to leave. He wanted to go directly to the Sacred War Alliance's Myriad Races cemetery. Perhaps he could wait for the immeasurable Taoist there. As for Wu Yuehan, her recovery was already quite good, and there was no banquet that lasted forever. Lin Feng planned to bid farewell to Wu Yuehan. That night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Wu Yuehan seemed to know that Lin Feng was planning to leave, and she looked a little melancholic. Lin Feng sat on the roof and looked at the moon. Looking up at the moon, he lowered his head and thought of home. What was home? Home was parents, relatives, friends, and fellow disciples. Lin Feng worked hard to make himself stronger and stronger. He cultivated hard in order to be able to reunite with his parents and relatives one day. Then they would live together peacefully, enjoy the warmth of family. And family was extremely important to Lin Feng, who lost his mother at a young age. Wu Yuehan flew up and sat beside Lin Feng. Under the moon, Wu Yuehan was like a fairy from the moon palace that had fallen to the mortal world. She was so beautiful and holy. Where does the young master plan to go next? Yuehan wants to train with the young master. Wu Yuehan said. She said these words to a woman. Lin Feng naturally understood the feelings contained in it. If Lin Feng wanted to take Wu Yuehan, it was just a matter of pushing the boat with the current. But Lin Feng could not let Wu Yuehan follow him. First, Wu Yuehan had not completely recovered and needed to rest for a while. Second, because Lin Feng was a thorn in the side of the Sacred War Alliance, he would definitely be in danger. If he brought Wu Yuehan along, it would not benefit Wu Yuehan. Chapter 36-38. Lin Feng said, Fairy's body has not fully recovered yet. You should return to your family to recuperate. I will recover very soon. I will definitely not become a burden to young master. Wu Yuehan bit her lips and said. Wu Yuehan was very intelligent. When Lin Feng said those words, she already knew what Lin Feng was thinking. A goddess like Wu Yuehan had countless pursuers. She should have been incomparably arrogant. She didn't want to look at countless geniuses. Being rejected by a man had never happened before. So, when Lin Feng had politely refused her, she felt like she should have left arrogantly. This was in line with her temperament as a goddess of heaven. However, Wu Yuehan did not do that, because she knew, if it was really for face. He turned around and left. This farewell, perhaps it would be an eternal farewell. Compared to face, Wu Yuehan clearly knew what she wanted more. So she did not leave. Instead, she used an almost pleading tone, hoping to stay by Lin Feng's side. It was the hardest to accept a beauty's grace. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He wanted to reject Wu Yuehan again, but after seeing Wu Yuehan's exquisite and beautiful face, it was really hard to have the courage to reject such a peerless beauty. Can I bring Yuehan along? Wu Yuehan's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Feng without blinking. Lin Feng reached out and gently caressed that exquisite and beautiful face. Wu Yuehan was wild with joy as she threw herself into Lin Feng's embrace. In the end, Lin Feng was unable to wait for immeasurable Taoist to return. He did not bring Wu Yuehan along because the following journey was too dangerous. What Wu Yuehan wanted was a result, a promise, and Lin Feng told Wu Yuehan that he would go to the Immortal God Alliance to visit her soon. Only then did Wu Yuehan agree. Lin Feng and Wu Yuehan bid farewell. Wu Yuehan headed to the Immortal God Alliance, and Lin Feng headed to the Sacred War Alliance's Myriad Tribes Cemetery. The Myriad Races Cemetery of the Sacred War Alliance was located in the Sacred War Ancient Forest. The Holy Battle Ancient Forest was an ancient forest. In the depths of the Holy Battle Ancient Forest, there was a place. A total of 95 enormous dragon veins gathered together to form the 9-5 Supreme Terrain. One had to know. The location of a dragon vein could be considered a place with good feng shui, not to mention the place where the 95 dragon veins gathered. It was perfectly compatible with the way of the 9 and 5 Supreme that the ancient Saint Emperor followed. And this place was obviously an extremely dangerous place, because this place was heavily guarded. Furthermore, there was an Emperor Realm Master overseeing it. The Holy War Alliance had set up a terrifying killing array with the 95 dragon veins as the center. Any cultivator who wanted to enter and rob the tomb, basically, they wouldn't have a good ending. 3 months later, Lin Feng arrived at this place. When he arrived at this place, Lin Feng stood at the periphery and observed the Myriad Tribes Cemetery. In the depths, dragon chi surged, and purple light spewed out. It was indeed a place with good feng shui. Burial technique. Many people thought it was a superstition, but to be honest, burial technique wasn't a superstition. Burial technique contained the great Tao of heaven and earth, and a place with good feng shui was related to the fate of heaven and earth. Therefore, a place with good feng shui was often chosen to be buried in a place with good feng shui. This way, it could bring good fortune to future generations. This saying, it did sound fleeting and ephemeral, but it was true, just like the saying of fate. It seemed ethereal, but it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, those top forces were extremely strict when it came to choosing a place with good feng shui. Not every place had the qualifications to become a place with good feng shui, because the Holy War Alliance consisted of 20 to 30 royal families, hundreds of royal families, and other large and small myriad families. The composition was extremely complicated. These forces were also secretly scheming and weren't as united as they seemed on the surface. And between these forces, there was an inseparable relationship. Therefore, the relationship between these forces of the Holy War Alliance was very difficult to completely untangle. These forces also had their own clan's burial grounds. Most of the people who died in their clan were buried in their clan's burial grounds. For example, Taoist Wu Yang had gone to the ancestral land of the Golden Saint Lion clan to dig up the graves of their ancestors. Halfway through, he was discovered. Since all the major forces had their own graveyards, why would the forces of the Holy War Alliance build a Myriad Races graveyard? This matter could be traced back to a very, very long time ago. At that time, when the other worldly creatures invaded, the Holy War Alliance, the Immortal God Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and the rest of the 7 major alliances were formed. These 7 alliances worked together to repel the invasion of the otherworldly creatures. That battle was too tragic, with countless deaths and injuries. Thus, the Holy War Alliance chose a place with good feng shui and buried all the experts who died in the Holy War Alliance in a cemetery. This was the origin of the Holy War Alliance's Myriad Races Cemetery. Later, after countless storms, of the original 7 alliances, only 3 remained, and the Holy War Alliance still maintained their original traditions. Once the experts who contributed to the Holy War Alliance died, they would be buried in the Holy War Alliance's Myriad Races cemetery. Of course, among the various clans of the Holy War Alliance, those experts who didn't contribute to the Holy War Alliance would only be buried in the cemetery built by their clans. Lin Feng paced back and forth in the outer area of the Myriad Races cemetery. He was waiting for the immeasurable Taoist to arrive. Lin Feng knew that the damned Taoist would definitely come. Perhaps he might come late, but he definitely would not come. That night, Lin Feng rested in the forest. Above the 9 heavens, the silver moon was like a plate, but in the latter half of the night, the moon was gradually eaten away. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Heavenly Dog devours the moon. Lin Feng stood up. Then he frowned. Heavenly Dog devours the moon. This wasn't an auspicious event. In the legends, it was written that Heavenly Dog devours the moon. 100 ghosts walk at night. 10,000 demons appear. Calamity and chaos. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't determine whether these legends were true or not. However, Heavenly Dog devours the moon was indeed not a good thing. Could it be that something has happened? Lin Feng frowned. He felt that perhaps something unknown had really happened. It was just that he did not know what it was. The matter of Heavenly Dog devours the moon cast a shadow over Lin Feng's heart. 3 days later, it was still night. Intense fluctuations were transmitted from within the Myriad Races cemetery, followed by the eruption of a great battle. Someone entered the Myriad Races cemetery to rob the tombs. Lin Feng was shocked. Someone must have wanted to rob the tombs. They were discovered by the experts guarding the Myriad Races cemetery. He didn't know if it was the immeasurable Taoist. Chapter 36:39. Although the Myriad Races cemetery was heavily guarded, it was unrealistic to stop Lin Feng from entering. When Lin Feng arrived at the Myriad Races cemetery, he realized that a huge battle had broken out. About a dozen cultivators were surrounded by the experts of the Myriad Races. The cultivators who were surrounded were all wearing golden armor. Each of them had a deep and powerful aura. Tomb raiding officers. When he saw those cultivators, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. They were actually tomb raiding officers. Mountain moving Taoist, tomb raiding officer, tomb raiding officer. These were the 3 great inheritances of the tomb raiding world of the cultivation world. There were very few people in the mountain moving Taoist lineage. The immeasurable Taoist was a mountain moving Taoist. The tomb raiding officer and tomb raiding officer's lineage were still very powerful and had many branches. These 3 lineages each had their own abilities. Therefore, it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. Lin Feng originally thought that the immeasurable Taoist had entered the Myriad Races cemetery to rob the tomb. Hence, he was discovered. But who would have thought that the tomb raiders weren't the immeasurable Taoist, but a group of tomb raiding officers? There were too many experts buried in the Myriad Tribe's cemetery since ancient times. Hence, there were too many precious burial items in the cemetery. Naturally, they would be targeted by a large number of cultivators. It wasn't just the tomb raiders. Righteous, evil, demon, and other cultivators were all staring at the Myriad Races cemetery. Tomb raiders weren't the only ones who liked to make money from the dead. Everyone liked to do this kind of thing. But the wealth of the dead wasn't something that anyone could covet. If they were careless, they might die without a burial ground, especially when robbing the tombs of these large factions. Lin Feng didn't show himself. He was secretly observing this battle. More than 10 tomb raiding officers were very powerful, When they joined forces, they were surrounded by 200 to 300 cultivators of the myriad races. The myriad races even sent out 12 divine emperors, 9 immortal emperors, 5 imperial lords, and 2 emperor sect experts. They were actually unable to kill these tomb raiding officers. On the contrary, the cultivators of the myriad races suffered continuous losses. Those tomb raiding officers dared to come to the myriad races cemetery to rob tombs. Naturally, they were powerful and confident in themselves. If they didn't have some skills, they wouldn't dare to come to the myriad races. The dozen tomb raiders were about to break out of the encirclement, but at this moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the mountain range. "How dare you behave so atrociously in our myriad races cemetery? You're really courting death." Along with this cold voice, a voice rang out. Immediately after, a cultivator stepped forward, one step at a time. He was a middle-aged cultivator with a square face and an ordinary appearance. However, his aura was abnormally terrifying. When he saw the middle-aged cultivator, he was shocked. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The middle-aged cultivator's aura was very similar to the aura of a cultivator from the Sacred God clan. It seemed like he was an expert from the Sacred God race, the #1 race among the 10,000 races. Moreover, this was an Emperor Realm Master. His cultivation base, it was simply unfathomable. Shengdongchen. Upon seeing this cultivator, the leading tomb raider's expression changed slightly. The tomb raider clearly recognized the middle-aged cultivator. Their faces were also covered by armor, so it was impossible to see what they looked like. However, the middle-aged cultivator couldn't see their faces. However, by sensing their aura, the middle-aged cultivator actually recognized the identity of the cultivator who had just spoken. "So it's you. We met 500,000 years ago in the sacred Emperor Great World's Longevity Ridge." Sheng Dongchen looked at the leading tomb raider with an indifferent expression. "That's right. You sure have a good memory," the leader of the tomb raiders said with a cold expression. "I couldn't kill you 500,000 years ago. Today, you won't be able to escape, even if you have wings." Sheng Dongchen said with a cold smile, his voice containing monstrous killing intent. When he heard Sheng Dongchen's words, the leader of the tomb raiders sneered. "Aren't you being a little too presumptuous? If we want to leave this place, you can't stop us. Ha ha ha, what if the 2 of us join in? Can we stop all of you?" At this moment, loud laughter came from the depths of the mountain range. Then, 2 cultivators stepped forward. Surprisingly, the 2 cultivators who stepped forward were also Emperor Realm experts. The cultivator on the left was an old man from the ancient god clan called Shun Xiuqi. The cultivator on the right was a middle-aged cultivator from the Sky Devil clan called Murong Yi. Both of them had extremely powerful auras and unfathomable cultivation. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 2 Emperor-level experts. Emperor-level experts were considered the top fighting force among the myriad clans. Apart from the royal clans of the myriad clans, there were also experts of this level among the Imperials. As for the rest of the clans, there were probably no Emperor-level experts among them. Such experts were definitely a very small proportion among the vast number of cultivators of the myriad races. Such experts were definitely the best. However, there were actually 3 Emperor-level experts in the myriad clan's cemetery. This was really beyond Lin Feng's expectations. "Break out of here, quickly!" The expression of the leader of the tomb raiders changed drastically when he saw the 2 Emperor Realm Masters behind them. Then he shouted. If there was only one Emperor-level cultivator, Sheng Dongchen, he still had the confidence to fight him. But now, however, 3 Emperor Realm Masters had appeared. This battle how could he continue fighting? Therefore, the first thing the leading Tomb Raider thought of was to quickly break out of the encirclement with his subordinates. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely bad. You can't escape. Sheng Dongchen sneered. Then Sheng Dongchen quickly pounced on the leader of the Tomb Raiders. Shen Xiuqi and Morong Yi, the two venerable sovereigns, also pounced on the leader of the Tomb Raider. The three Emperor-level experts besieged the leading Tomb Raider. The rest of the myriad clan's cultivators besieged the remaining dozen or so Tomb Raiders. Although the remaining dozen or so Tomb Raiders were extremely powerful, they weren't able to withstand the pressure. However, after all, they were too few in number while the myriad clans had too many cultivators. After a short stalemate, they couldn't hold on any longer. The reason why they were able to suppress the myriad clan's cultivators before was that the leading Tomb Raider was an Emperor-level expert. Now that the leading Tomb Raider was besieged by the three great experts, he had no time to care about them. Puff, puff. The sound of tearing could be heard one after another. The dozen or so Tomb Raiders were directly killed by the myriad clan's cultivators. Their corpses quickly fell from the air into the forest. The leading Tomb Raider was also seriously injured under the siege of the three Emperor-level experts. His chest was pierced through by a terrifying sword chi, which was almost a fatal injury. The leading Tomb Raider took out a dozen powerful jade talismans. Those jade talismans exploded and forced the three Emperor-level experts to retreat. Then, Chapter 3640. Don't let him get away. The three sovereigns spoke at the same time. Their voices were indifferent and filled with endless killing intent. The leader of the Tomb Raiders had been severely injured, and there was only one of them left. The three Emperor Realm Masters were naturally full of confidence. They believed that it would not be difficult to kill the leading Tomb Raider. The leading Tomb Raider increased his speed to the extreme. However, his injuries were too severe. The sword chi had directly shattered his heart meridian. It was an injury that was almost impossible to heal with medicine. Anyone who suffered such an injury, it would almost be fatal. It was naturally the same for the leader of the Tomb Raiders. Unless he had the immortal divine body like Lin Feng, which could repair damaged bodies. However, the leading Tomb Raider did not have the immortal divine body. He felt that his speed was getting slower and slower. His body was getting more and more tired. His consciousness was getting fainter and fainter. Even his eyes became blurry. The leading Tomb Raider could not hold on any longer. The situation was extremely bad. The three Emperor Realm Masters sneered at the same time. They looked at the leading Tomb Raider. It was like a cat teasing a mouse. It was a look full of contempt and disdain. Are you ready to die? Sheng Dongchen's face showed a grim expression. He raised his right hand and directly slashed out a dazzling sword chi. The sword chi, it pierced through the void. Just as he was about to land a fatal blow on the leader of the Tomb Raiders leader's body suddenly stopped in midair. The leading Tomb Raider could not hold on any longer. His body fell toward the ground. As a result, Sheng Dongchen's attack actually landed in midair. The corner of Sheng Dongchen's mouth twitched slightly. This attack was supposed to be a sure-kill attack on the leader of the Tomb Raiders. Who would have thought that the leading Tomb Raider's body had almost reached its limit and fell to the ground? Instead, he was lucky enough to dodge the attack. Sheng Dongchen was about to rush forward and grab the leading Tomb Raider. However, at this moment, the void trembled slightly. A cultivator wearing a mysterious suit of armor appeared. Then, the cultivator grabbed the leader of the Tomb Raiders. The person who appeared was naturally Lin Feng. Seeing the mysterious person who suddenly appeared, the three Emperor Realm Masters couldn't help but reveal dense killing intent on their faces. snatching someone from their hands. Wasn't that just courting death? The three Emperor Realm Masters attacked at the same time, condensing powerful divine abilities. Shung Dongchen used a move called 10,000 Fiend Shattering Sky Technique to attack Lin Feng. Shun Xiuqi used a divine ability called 10,000 Elephants Strength Technique to attack Lin Feng. Murong Yi, on the other hand, used a move called Bloodbath Divine Ability to attack Lin Feng. The divine abilities of the three Emperor Realm Masters were extremely powerful. Just a little carelessness. There was a risk of death. Facing the attacks of three great emperors, Lin Feng showed no signs of fear. He used the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. This powerful divine ability displayed an extremely heaven-defying might. It directly collided with the divine abilities of the three great emperors. Then, both sides were annihilated. At this moment, Lin Feng grabbed the leader of the Tomb Raiders and quickly flew away. "Who are you? How dare you snatch someone that our Sacred War Alliance wants to kill?" "Sir, are you trying to make an enemy of our Sacred War Alliance? If you let go of this person and leave now, we'll pretend that nothing happened. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being impolite." The three Emperor Realm Masters said one after another. Someone played the villain. Someone played the villain. They wanted Lin Feng to hand over the leader of the Tomb Raiders to them. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he couldn't help but sneer twice. A threat to the three Emperor Realm Masters. Lin Feng didn't care at all. Although the three Emperor Realm Masters were very powerful, it wasn't difficult for Lin Feng to escape from their hands. Seeing Lin Feng leave with the leader of the Tomb Raiders without looking back, the three Emperor Realm Masters' faces became extremely gloomy. Their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Lin Feng dared to ignore the three Emperor Realm Masters. Wasn't this a slap to their faces? Now, the three Emperor Realm Masters wanted to kill Lin Feng. They sped up, trying to catch up to Lin Feng. But soon, the corners of the three Emperor Realm Masters' mouths twitched violently, because when they sped up to catch up to Lin Feng, they were shocked to find that Lin Feng was also speeding up. Besides, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He was gradually increasing the distance between them. Activate the array. The three Emperor Realm Masters' faces were gloomy. They began to activate the array in the 95 dragon veins. But it was too late. Before the formation was activated, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Lin Feng had already rushed out. "Don't chase a cornered enemy," Shung Dongchen said with a gloomy expression, although he also wanted to catch Lin Feng and cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, they couldn't leave the myriad tribes' cemetery. Once they left, it would be a dereliction of duty, although they were extremely angry and filled with killing intent. However, the three great emperors still suppressed their anger. In a mountain forest 30 miles away, Lin Feng stopped. He placed the leader of the Tomb Raiders on the ground and let him lean against a tree. The leader of the Tomb Raiders was not dead yet, but his aura was extremely weak. Obviously, nothing could be done to reverse the situation. I really didn't expect that I would end up like this. The leader of the Tomb Raiders said with a bitter smile. "Your Excellency, you were careless," Lin Feng said. "Yes, a single mistake can lead to everlasting regret. This fellow cultivator must learn from my lesson in the future," the leader of the Tomb Raiders said. Lin Feng was silent and didn't answer. A light flashed in the right hand of the leader of the Tomb Raiders. An item appeared in his hand. Lin Feng looked over and found that it was a black, ferocious beast made of stone. Its body was like a tiger and leopard, and its head and tail were like a dragon. Its color was black and gold, and there was a pair of wings on its shoulders that couldn't be spread out, and a corner of its head was tilted back. That ferocious beast was actually a Pishio. The Pishio wasn't big, only a dozen centimeters tall. It was made of an unknown material. It was densely covered with runes. Each rune was extremely ancient and emitted a mysterious power. There were also records of the Pishio in myths and legends. It was written in the classic of mountains and seas. The record of divine beasts. The Pishio was ferocious and mighty. It was in charge of patrolling in the sky, preventing demons, ghosts, plagues, and diseases from disturbing the heavenly court. In ancient times, people often used the name Pishio to refer to the army. Legend had it that the Pishio violated the laws of heaven, and the Jade Emperor punished it to only feed on wealth from all directions. It could swallow all things, but not drain them. It could attract wealth and gather treasures. It could only enter and not exit. After this story spread, the Pishio was regarded as an auspicious beast that attracted wealth and treasures. The leader of the Tomb Raiders said, "This black stone Pishio was obtained from an ancient tomb. It is said that there is a great secret hidden in the black stone Pishio. Now that I can't hold on any longer, I'll give this treasure to you. I hope that one day you can unlock the secret in it. When that time comes, don't forget to burn incense for me and tell me the secret of the black stone Pishio. If my wish is fulfilled, I can die in peace." Okay, I promise you. Lin Feng took the black stone Pishio and said, "Thank you." The leader of the Tomb Raiders said, sincerely. Then he couldn't hold on any longer. His body twitched a few times. Then he died, an expert at the sovereign realm. He died just like that. Chapter 3641. This is a good place with beautiful scenery. Although the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance are incomparably hateful, I have to admit that they are very good at finding good places with good feng shui. Junior will bury Senior here, but unfortunately, I can't build a grave for Senior, nor can I erect a tombstone for Senior. If Senior is discovered, Senior won't be able to rest in peace after death. Senior, you've been a Tomb Raider all your life. You don't want your grave to be raided after death, right? Lin Feng said as he looked at the corpse of the leader of the Tomb Raiders. Lin Feng sighed with emotion at the death of this venerable emperor. Venerable emperors were extremely terrifying existences, but they weren't invincible. Anything could happen in the world of cultivators. Not to mention venerable emperors, even sovereign lords, or existences that surpassed sovereign lords, there was also the possibility of death. Lin Feng didn't take off the mask covering the venerable emperor's face. He didn't see what the man looked like. Since the man was already dead, he didn't bother to look at his face. Since he was already dead, there was no need to disturb him. Lin Feng dug a deep hole in the forest and placed the venerable emperor inside. As for the venerable emperor's storage ring, Lin Feng took it away. It would be a waste to keep the storage ring. It might be discovered by other Tomb Raiders because of the storage ring. It was natural for Lin Feng to take the storage ring. This should have been his opportunity in the first place. After burying the venerable emperor, Lin Feng left the area. He found a secluded cave and sealed it with a seal. Then Lin Feng looked at the obsidian Pishio. The obsidian Pishio emitted a cold aura. This obsidian Pishio should have been dug out from one of the tombs in the Myriad Tribes cemetery by the group of Tomb Raiders. The leader of the Tomb Raiders was very experienced and knowledgeable, since he said that there was a huge secret hidden in this black stone Pishio. Lin Feng believed the venerable emperor's last words. Lin Feng tried to invade the black stone Pishio with his spiritual sense. However, the black stone Pishio blocked the probing of divine sense. Lin Feng then tried to refine the black stone Pishio with his magic power, but he still failed. The black stone Pishio also blocked the magic power from entering. Magic power was unable to enter the interior of the black stone Pichio. Naturally, there was no need to refine the black stone Pichio. Lin Feng finally used the method of dripping blood to bind the black stone Pichio. However, even the most primitive method had failed. The black stone Pichio was too strange. It seemed impossible to refine it. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. "Demon Lord, do you recognize this black stone Pichio?" The Demon Lord said, "I've heard of it before." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The Demon Lord was truly omniscient and knowledgeable. "What's the origin of the black stone Pichio?" Lin Feng asked. The records of Pichio in myths and legends were very legendary. However, the black stone Pichio should be different from an ordinary Pichio, right? The Demon Lord said. "Rumor has it that it is related to the ancient Saint Emperor. That's all I know. I don't know anything else." Lin Feng frowned. The Demon Lord's knowledge was indeed very limited. However, since it was related to the ancient Saint Emperor, then this treasure was very likely related to the human race, because the ancient Saint Emperor usually referred to the human race's experts, not other races. "Is there a way to refine the Blackstone Pichio?" Lin Feng asked. "This kind of thing that can't be refined is quite special. Perhaps there is a special refining method, or perhaps it really can't be refined. However, if it is kept in the body and is constantly nourished with magic power, there might be some changes over time." The Demon Lord said. He didn't say it with too much certainty because everything was unknown. Lin Feng nodded. He temporarily kept the Blackstone Pichio and continued to wait for the immeasurable Taoist to come. In the following period of time, Lin Feng had been cultivating in time and space. 10 days later, the restriction in Lin Feng's seclusion area fluctuated. Lin Feng was alarmed and stopped cultivating. Then he walked out of time and space. Swoosh! A light flashed. The immeasurable Taoist passed through the restriction and entered the cave. Although the damned Taoist's research on formations was not as good as Lin Feng's, it was still unfathomable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break Lin Feng's restriction. "Brother, it was really easy to find you. I returned to Goldenstone City to look for you, only to find out that you had already left. Thus, I went straight to the Myriad Tribes cemetery. My guess was right. You are really here." The immeasurable Taoist grinned. His methods were extraordinary. He could find him in the Myriad Tribes cemetery through a special method. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. Lin Feng asked, "Where were you guys sent to?" The immeasurable Taoist said gloomily, "Don't even mention it. We were sent to Crimson Fire City, which is extremely far away from the Forest of Destiny. Then we hurried back to Goldenstone City. When we arrived, we couldn't find you. Instead, we were surrounded by many experts from the Sacred War Alliance. If not for Wu Xiao and the others' help, we would have been separated forever." At this point, the immeasurable Taoist still had a lingering look on his face. It seemed that it had been extremely dangerous back then. "What about Wu Xiao and the others?" Lin Feng asked. "They've already returned to the Immortal God Alliance," the immeasurable Taoist said. "What's the situation in the Swamp of Destiny?" Lin Feng continued asking. "That place is a complete mess. I don't know why, but the terrifying creatures sleeping in the depths of the Swamp of Fate woke up and walked out of the depths of the Swamp of Fate. They're constantly hunting experts, causing great panic. Many powers have already retreated from the Swamp of Fate." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could the awakening of those terrifying creatures have something to do with him entering the cave in the depths of the Swamp of Destiny? The immeasurable Taoist continued. "The Sacred War Alliance has already issued a bounty for the two of us. Do you know how much the bounty is for the two of us?" The immeasurable Taoist asked. "I don't know." Lin Feng shook his head. 100 million immortal stones for each of us. The immeasurable Taoist said. This guy had a bounty of 100 million immortal stones, yet he still seemed somewhat pleased with himself. Lin Feng clicked his tongue and said, "The Sacred War Alliance is really willing to pay a hefty price." "That's right." The immeasurable Taoist pursed his lips. That night, the eclipse of the moon happened once again. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist stood in the forest looking up at the moon that was being devoured. They couldn't help but frown. "It's not a good thing to see a lunar eclipse," the immeasurable Taoist said. Lin Feng said, "A few days ago, I saw a lunar eclipse. Did you not see it?" The immeasurable Taoist's expression changed. "What? You've already seen the eclipse of the moon once?" Chapter 3642. What's wrong? Did you not see the eclipse of the moon before? Lin Feng looked at Taoist Wu Liang in confusion. The moon hung high in the sky. Logically speaking, if a scene like the eclipse of the moon occurred, everyone would be able to see it. Lin Feng had seen the eclipse of the moon before. Taoist Wu Liang should have been able to see it as well. However, judging from Taoist Wu Liang's reaction, he did not seem to have seen the eclipse of the moon. Lin Feng found it very strange. Not seeing the eclipse of the moon? That's really strange. Taoist Wu Liang frowned and said, "In other words, we can see the eclipse of the moon in the Myriad Races cemetery, but we can't see it outside the cemetery." Lin Feng also felt that this was very likely the case. If that was the case, it was too strange. There must be some unknown secret behind this. Could it be that the eclipse of the moon was caused by the Myriad Races cemetery? Or could it be that the eclipse of the moon is related to the Myriad Races cemetery? Lin Feng said with a frown. Taoist Wu Liang nodded. This was indeed a possibility. Lin Feng said, "Not long ago, I saw a group of tomb raiders coming to rob the tomb. The leader was a venerable sovereign. However, there are 3 venerable sovereigns guarding the Myriad Races cemetery. In the end, those tomb raiders were all wiped out. Usually, there's only one venerable sovereign guarding the place. Now that there are 3 venerable sovereigns guarding the place, it's really suspicious. It seems that something unknown is going to happen in the Myriad Races cemetery." Lin Feng said. Taoist Wu Liang could not help but ponder. Then he said, "We can't care that much. It's fine as long as we can find what we need." Lin Feng said, "I think we should act tonight." "All right." Taoist Wu Liang replied. The eclipse of the moon lasted much longer than the previous time. A gloomy and cold aura filled the air. The originally bright moon had almost disappeared, leaving only a black border. The Myriad Races cemetery became as dark as ink. The Myriad Races cemetery was extremely huge. In the dark night, there were cultivators patrolling around the Myriad Races cemetery. "Let's first rob one of the main tombs. It's in the deeper regions. And I heard that it belongs to a loose immortal," Taoist Wu Liang said. Loose immortals were commonly known as false immortals. He had yet to condense a true immortal law. However, in terms of strength, he had already surpassed the Emperor realm. Loose immortals condensed void immortal laws. But in truth, itinerant immortals were still immortals. It was just that they had not reached the terrifying level of true immortals, the tomb of a wandering immortal. It was equivalent to a real immortal tomb. Its value was unimaginable. The tomb of the itinerant immortal was located at the 49th Dragon Vein. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang avoided the patrolling cultivators and arrived at the 49th mountain range. Lin Feng discovered something strange. In the outer regions, there were more guards patrolling the area. On the contrary, there were very few cultivators patrolling the inner area. Lin Feng told Taoist Wu Liang about the doubts in his heart. Taoist Wu Liang, said, "The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance patrolling the outer area can basically prevent many archaeologists from entering. If they enter the Myriad Races cemetery like those tomb raiders, the Myriad Races will also have a way to find them. This is because there is a heavenly cycle mirror at the top of each dragon vein that can search the heavens. Every 2 hours, they will search once. If they discover anything amiss, they won't be able to hide it from the upper echelons of the Sacred War Alliance. This is also the reason why those tomb raiders were discovered. Once these people are discovered, the experts of the Myriad Races can attack from both inside and outside, making it difficult for the cultivators who enter the Myriad Races cemetery to escape." Lin Feng agreed with this point. Last time, the reason why he was able to leave the Myriad Races cemetery smoothly was because he didn't go too deep into the cemetery. The place where those tomb raiders fought with the cultivators of the Myriad Races was in the outer region. If the place where they fought was in the inner region, Lin Feng went deep into the inner region. It would be extremely difficult for them to leave the Myriad Tribe's cemetery smoothly. Lin Feng said, "If there's a heavenly cycle mirror here, I'm afraid we'll be discovered, right?" Taoist Wu Liang grinned. "Don't worry. I have a heaven-breaking stone here that can block the heavenly cycle mirror's detection." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This damned Taoist Wu Liang was indeed the ancestor of tomb raiding. He really had everything he needed. Lin Feng said, "Give me half of your heaven-breaking stone." Taoist Wu Liang immediately looked at Lin Feng as if he was a thief and said, "I only have a very small piece of the heaven-breaking stone. Once I cut it, it will be destroyed. So don't think about it." "Where can I get this thing?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "I've searched many places and only found a small piece. It won't be easy to find a second heaven-breaking stone." Taoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to obtain a heaven-breaking stone. "This ancient tomb is very special. It should have been buried in the deepest part, but before this rogue immortal died, he had someone bury him in the 49th dragon vein. What do you think is the reason for this?" Taoist Wu Liang looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng frowned in thought. This involved the theory of feng shui, and Taoist Wu Liang's 8 scrolls of feng shui secret techniques could be used. Lin Feng had a feeling that there must have been a deeper meaning behind the Celestial's request to be buried here before his death. Lin Feng looked at the sky. His eyes lit up. He saw the 7 stars in the starry sky world. It was said that the 7 stars were the most mysterious places in the starry sky world. The 7 stars were Dubhe, Merak, Phecta, Megrez, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid. The 7 stars were connected together, forming a starry sky with 7 stars piercing through the sun. The 7 stars formed a line and shone down on this dragon vein. Moreover, this dragon vein should be in the 7th column from the outermost position. It's connected to the 7 stars, forming a pole of 49. And these 95 dragon veins are all staggered. This dragon vein is the 49th dragon vein, and it resonates with heaven and earth. Lin Feng said, "That's right. There are 2 best burial places in the Myriad Races cemetery. The first is at the 95th dragon vein, which contains the great Tao of heaven and earth. The second is here, which forms a line with the Big Dipper and blends with heaven and earth, forming the second best burial place in the Myriad Races cemetery. It's not even inferior to the burial place at the 95th dragon vein." Chapter 3643. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, it seems that the rogue immortal who died all those years ago had a deep understanding of feng shui. Taoist Wu Liang said, "This person is indeed extraordinary. If you had to choose the best burial ground, which one would you choose?" Lin Feng said, I would choose the 49th dragon vein. Taoist Wuliang asked, why? Isn't the 95th one better? Lin Feng said, the 49th dragon vein is one of the best burial grounds in the Myriad Races cemetery. Many people probably don't understand the many mysteries hidden within. Perhaps it's still a little lacking compared to the 95th dragon vein, but the difference isn't huge. However, one thing that can't be ignored is that everyone knows that the 95th dragon vein is the best burial ground. That's why after the experts of the Sacred War Alliance died, their descendants would definitely think of a way to bury their ancestors in the 95th dragon vein. The fortune of the 95th dragon vein is shared by so many experts' graves. How much more fortune can each grave receive? The 49th dragon vein is different. It's not much different from the 95th dragon vein. Plus, no one can understand the terrain here. That's why there are very few graves that share the fortune here. The boundless fortune here is concentrated in a few or a dozen graves. That's why it's the best choice to be buried here. Taoist Wuliang said, it seems that you've studied the 8 scrolls of feng shui thoroughly after obtaining them. Lin Feng said, indeed, I've studied them for a while. Taoist Wuliang said, grave robbing is very particular. For example, we've entered the Myriad Races cemetery. There are so many graves here, and many of them contain treasures. However, the other party didn't give us enough time to excavate them one by one. That's why we need to make every second count. That's why we have to start excavating the best graves. As for how to find the best graves, that's a test of our ability. The things recorded in the 8 scrolls of feng shui will be of great use. Yeah, grave robbing is a field of study. Lin Feng said. Taoist Wuliang said, in fact, your study of the 8 scrolls of feng shui is not deep enough. When I came here, I realized that there was only one graveyard here. Oh, you can sense that too? Lin Feng was shocked. Taoist Wuliang said, the flow of gas and energy in the graveyard is different from that of the outside world. This can be determined using the methods recorded in the 8 volumes of feng shui's secret techniques. Lin Feng frowned and said, 9 is an ominous number. Only the combination of 9 and 5 can resolve this ominous feeling. Of course, those who believe in these rumors are more concerned about this. Those who don't believe in these rumors shouldn't care about this. It seems like the people buried in the Myriad Tribe Cemetery are rather concerned about this. Therefore, there is only one ancient tomb in the 49th dragon vein. Taoist Wuliang said, that's right. What these people don't know is that feng shui is also about mutual promotion and restraint. The 7 sun-piercing stars and the 49th dragon vein form a line and then merge with the heavens and the earth. This kind of terrain is very powerful, and it's enough to suppress the misfortune brought by the 9. Lin Feng couldn't wait to enter the graveyard and explore it. He said, let's go explore this tomb now. I hope we can find what we need inside. Taoist Wuliang said, this tomb is very unusual. It's densely covered with restrictions. Once the restrictions are triggered, will definitely be discovered. Lin Feng said, I'll break the formation. You seal the void and don't let the fluctuations of the restrictions spread out. Taoist Wuliang nodded and said, no problem. If we work together, we should be able to break the restrictions here. Then, the 2 of them quickly rushed toward the entrance of the Great Tomb. The Great Tomb was located halfway up the mountain. There was a huge platform here, and in the depths of the platform, there was a cave. The cave led directly to the depths of the Great Tomb. The entrance of the cave was like a ferocious beast with its bloody mouth wide open. It gave off a suffocating feeling of oppression. This suffocating feeling made Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang frown slightly. I'm afraid this tomb is not simple. Be careful. Taoist Wuliang warned with rich experience. Lin Feng nodded. The two of them carefully entered the cave. Lin Feng immediately set up restrictions and sealed the entrance of the cave. This way, they could avoid being discovered as much as possible. The passage was deep. As they continued to go deeper, Lin Feng felt waves of cold aura sweeping over. That feeling made him feel slightly uneasy. Swish! With a flash of light, Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. With the sword in hand, his heart calmed down a little. The smell of blood, the sound of something breaking through the air. "Be careful," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Taoist Wu Yang hurriedly hid behind Lin Feng. Let Lin Feng stand at the front. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. This damn Taoist was always so shameless. At this time, a dense swarm of bats flew over. Those bats, their faces were the size of sprays, and they had 4 pairs of wings. A blood-colored body. The head was actually a devil's head. It was ferocious and terrifying, even more terrifying than the malicious spirits in hell. Oh my God, it's actually devil bats. There's actually such a monster here. This devil bat is said to be a monster that feeds on great emperors. After seeing those bats, Taoist Wu Yang's voice couldn't help but tremble. "Be careful," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Facing the dense swarm of devil bats, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out the ruler's armor. At this time, the devil bats had already rushed over. Lin Feng waved the black dragon sword and slashed at those devil bats. Taoist Wu Yang took out a small golden cauldron. The small cauldron floated above him and poured down divine light to protect him. This damn Taoist had countless treasures on him. Every time this damn Taoist attacked, he would take out a different treasure. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Feng's black dragon sword directly tore the devil bats in half. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Didn't Taoist Wu Yang say that devil bats feed on great emperors? However, the devil bats didn't seem to be particularly powerful. But at the next moment, Lin Feng's face turned ugly because he saw that the devil bats that he had cut in half were actually split in half. They were resurrected again. These devil bats couldn't be killed at all. And once their bodies were cut open, the 2 halves of their bodies would become new devil bats. As a result, the number of devil bats increased. As the battle continued, these devil bats could continuously deplete the magic power of the besieged cultivators, not to mention great emperors, even loose immortals. Chapter 3644. Screech. The densely packed devil bats let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. These cries formed a very terrifying sound wave attack. When that kind of sound wave attack swept over, it was already too late. Lin Feng suddenly felt as if his head was about to split open. It was as if someone was holding a sword, ruthlessly slashing at the soul. Then, the soul was forcefully split open. This feeling was simply too painful. It was simply worse than death. If it was any other cultivator, they might have already collapsed. However, Lin Feng's willpower was strong. He struggled to move Lu Ya's star chart. When Lu Ya's star chart was activated, Lin Feng felt a little better. Wu Liang Taoist methods were also extremely shocking. Just like Lin Feng, he resisted the devil bat's sound wave attack with difficulty. The densely packed devil bats pounced, trying to tear apart Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist's defense. However, those devil bats were temporarily blocked. Lin Feng asked with a gloomy expression, "How do we deal with these devil bats? If we can't deal with them, we have to quickly leave this place. Otherwise, it will be extremely dangerous for us." Wu Liang Taoist also knew that the current situation was extremely dangerous. If they couldn't kill these devil bats, the ones who would die in the end would be him and Lin Feng. So, If they really couldn't deal with these devil bats, they had to quickly break out. Right, didn't you cultivate an Emperor Archaic? Summon the Emperor Archaic. A high-level creature like the Emperor Archaic should be able to suppress the devil bats. Wu Liang Taoist hurriedly said. These ferocious beasts, birds, insects, and other kinds of creatures were more special. These creatures valued their bloodlines the most. The stronger the bloodline, the higher the level of the race. And the higher races had a natural advantage and could suppress the lower races. This kind of racial suppression was deeply rooted in the memories of these creatures. Of course, it could form racial suppression. Bloodline was only one of the conditions. It also depended on the strength of the two different races. If the strength of the higher bloodline creature was far lower than the strength of the lower bloodline creature, even if there was a difference in bloodline, because the difference in strength was too great, the higher bloodline creature might not be able to suppress the lower bloodline creature. The bloodline of the Emperor Archaic was indeed extremely powerful, but the key was that the Emperor Archaic was still very young. Whether it could suppress these devil bats, Lin Feng didn't know. But now, Lin Feng seemed to have no other way to deal with these devil bats. He could only treat a dead horse to live. Lin Feng's connected with the Emperor Archaic. Shua, a light flash. The primordial Emperor butterfly flew out of space and time. And therefore, cultivating in time and space would allow one to have more time to cultivate. After the Emperor Archaic flew out, it flapped its wings. It hovered in front of Lin Feng. Disperse all these devil bats. Lin Feng gave the order to the Emperor Archaic. After the Emperor Archaic received the order, it flapped its wings. It was rumored that the Emperor Archaic's wings flapped gently. The universe collapsed. Emperor slaying and immortal slaying. His strength was so strong that it was shocking. Although the Emperor Archaic couldn't display such powerful strength, this Emperor Archaic was also extremely extraordinary. The Emperor Archaic's wings killed a large number of devil bats, but those devil bats were quickly reborn. Furthermore, its shattered body had transformed into a complete devil bat. The number of devil bats in the cave increased. Screech, a large number of devil bats, let out sharp and ear-piercing cries, and then pounced towards Lin Feng. These devil bats' bodies surged with terrifying fluctuations. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. The Emperor Archaic is still too young and can't intimidate these devil bats. It seems that we have to leave quickly, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Wu Liang Taoist smiled bitterly and nodded. The current situation was extremely unfavorable to them. So, they really had to choose to leave. Otherwise, they might really die here. Just as Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist were about to leave, suddenly, the Emperor Archaic's body actually changed. Originally, this Emperor Archaic's entire body was golden. But at this moment, the Emperor Archaic's body actually turned into a purple gold color. What's going on? Lin Feng had a puzzled expression. It's mutated. This Emperor Archaic must be a mutated Emperor Archaic. It's the rarest existence among the Emperor Archaic. Wu Liang Taoist couldn't help but exclaim. When those sneaky eyes looked at the Emperor Archaic, they couldn't wait to take the Emperor Archaic for themselves. After hearing Wu Liang Taoist's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Emperor Archaic. It actually mutated. What a shocking piece of news. It was said that any race, as long as it was a mutated creature, its growth would far surpass the other creatures of the race. For example, the white tiger race. If a normal white tiger could become an emperor master, then a mutated white tiger could easily become an existence that surpassed the emperor master level. The mutated Emperor Archaic was naturally the same. As its body mutated, its various abilities were greatly improved. Therefore, Lin Feng's Emperor Archaic might grow into an even more terrifying existence in the future. Before this, Lin Feng didn't think that the Emperor Archaic was actually a mutated Emperor Archaic. Now that he knew that the Emperor Archaic was a mutated breed, Lin Feng couldn't help but be very excited. After the Emperor Archaic's body finished mutating, then a terrifying aura was emitted from the Emperor Archaic's body. It was a kind of pressure that made people feel suffocated. Even Lin Feng was incomparably shocked. How many years had it been since the Emperor Archaic hatched? The pressure in its body was actually so terrifying. It was really shocking. It seemed that he needed to constantly find all kinds of insect materials to cultivate the Emperor Archaic, so that the Emperor Archaic could continue to grow and evolve. Because the Emperor Archaic's cultivation progress was extremely fast, it might not be long before it could become a great help to him. Screech, after feeling the powerful pressure from the Emperor Archaic's body, the densely packed devil bats let out terrified cries. Then those devil bats didn't dare to stay. They quickly fled into the depths. Chapter 3645. Xiao Jin, go back and rest. Lin Feng said with a smile. The Emperor Archaic circled around Lin Feng a few times before returning to the time and space. Immeasurable Taoist couldn't help but mutter, "Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, I don't know what kind of luck you have, kid. You actually managed to obtain an archaic Emperor butterfly egg, and you even managed to nurture a mutated archaic Emperor butterfly. Truly, comparisons are odious." Lin Feng smiled and said, "My character is too good, so I'm blessed by the heavens." "Bah, you're just old Wang praising yourself." Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but roll his eyes and look at Lin Feng with a look of disdain. If the two of them didn't bicker, they wouldn't be used to it. They didn't stop. They continued to walk inside. This passage was incomparably deep, but fortunately, there were no other dangers. After walking for about an hour, a huge stone door appeared in front of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. The stone door was wrapped in a powerful restriction. The aura of the restriction was extremely terrifying. It made Lin Feng feel a chill in his heart. This ancient tomb was built before the primordial age. So many years had passed. The restriction in the ancient tomb was still so powerful. It was truly inconceivable. "I'll break the formation. You seal the void," Lin Feng said when they arrived in front of the stone door. "No problem." Taoist Wu Liang nodded and began to set up a large formation to seal the void. Lin Feng began to study the restriction on the stone door. The two of them had a clear division of labor. This wasn't the first time that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang worked together, so their cooperation was extremely tacit. Now, Lin Feng's research on large formations was becoming more and more profound. Although the restriction on the stone door was very complicated, it couldn't stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned as he thought about what kind of method to use to break the formation on the stone door. In the end, Lin Feng thought of a method. The Stone Emperor scripture recorded a method called the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art. This Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art, it was a fusion of formation runes and magic power. It condensed into small purple dragons. Those small purple dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws, letting out waves of dragon roars. Following that, one by one, the small purple dragons flew towards the stone door. This was the first time Lin Feng used the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art. As a result, Lin Feng didn't know how powerful the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art was. However, Lin Feng felt, since the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art was a top-notch secret technique in the Stone Sovereign Sutra, Its power must be extremely astonishing. The small purple dragons flew to the side of the restriction on the stone door. Then, he bit down on those restrictions. Those little purple dragons wanted to bite off the restriction on the stone door. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh in surprise. Because it was the first time he used the purple dragon formation breaking art. Lin Feng didn't know how this secret method broke the restriction. Now that he saw the secret method to break the restriction, he felt very surprised. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then again, no matter what method it was, the most important thing was to be able to break the formation. Buzz. At this moment, the restriction on the stone door woke up. Powerful waves of energy rippled out from the seals. Taoist Wuliang hurriedly activated the formation he had set up in advance to seal the void in order to prevent the fluctuations here from spreading out. At this moment, the awakened restriction swept towards the small purple dragons. The restriction on the stone door was extremely powerful. With a light sweep, the void collapsed. Such a tyrannical power shocked everyone. Just as the restrictive spells were about to land on the little purple dragons, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The small purple dragons were actually able to dodge the attacks of the restrictions with great agility. Then, the little purple dragons bit down on the restriction. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. These small purple dragons seemed to have their own spiritual consciousness. It was really unbelievable. The inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect is really mysterious. Taoist Wuliang couldn't help but mutter in the distance. However, thinking of the curse of the Celestial Master Sect, Taoist Wuliang's fat body couldn't help but tremble. The successor of the Celestial Master Sect was cursed. If one's cultivation was weak, they could be killed by the curse at any time. If one's cultivation was strong, they couldn't resist the curse. Taoist Wuliang once introduced some of the top celestial masters of the Celestial Master Sect in a Tao scripture. Not only were their array skills superb, their cultivation was also extremely terrifying. However, unknown things still happened in their later years. Therefore, the Celestial Master Sect was an extremely powerful inheritance. But it was also a Tao tradition that made people stop. The successor of this Tao tradition didn't seem to have a good ending. Taoist Wuliang also talked to Lin Feng about this matter, but Lin Feng already had 5 curses on him. He was already used to it. At this stage, the various curses on his body seemed to have reached a relatively balanced level. Therefore, the curses on his body, for the time being, they didn't pose much of a threat to him. What would happen in the future? Lin Feng didn't know, and Lin Feng believed that man could conquer nature. As long as he worked hard, there was no difficulty that he couldn't overcome, even if there were many terrifying curses on his body. Lin Feng believed, sooner or later, he could also resolve these curses one by one. Crack, crack! The little purple dragon continued to gnaw at the restrictive spells one after another. Gradually, cracks appeared in the restrictions. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. Those restrictions were about to be completely gnawed off by the small golden dragons. Once those restrictions were broken, the restrictions on the stone door would be destroyed. When the time came, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang, they would be able to open the stone door and enter the tomb. Those restrictions were naturally unwilling to be destroyed by the small purple dragons just like that. So, those restrictions struggled very fiercely. The power of the restriction array shattered the immeasurable Taoist's great array. Fortunately, Taoist Wuliang's array skills were also extremely powerful. He repaired the array in time to ensure that the fluctuations from the restrictions didn't spread out. If it really spread out, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang would definitely be discovered. Crack, crack! The sound of the restrictions cracking could be heard one after another. It took a full 3 days. The small golden dragons finally broke all the restrictions. When all the restrictions were broken, the small golden dragons also gradually dissipated in midair. It's finally done. Taoist Wu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he quickly walked forward. Lin Feng pushed the stone door open. Then, Chapter 3646. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang entered the tomb. Taoist Wu Liang shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! An immortal tomb! This is the tomb of an immortal. Such a tomb is very rare. I wonder what treasures there are in this tomb." Lin Feng was not interested in ordinary treasures. He could not wait to break through to the Emperor realm. As for breaking through to the Emperor realm, Lin Feng still had 400 of the 3,000 daos left. Originally, Lin Feng's grand fate art was incomplete. However, some time ago, the immortal Bell of Fate gave him a Stone of Fate. Inside the Stone of Fate, Lin Feng had comprehended 4 divine abilities. The first divine ability was the complete grand fate art. The second divine ability was the Fate Battle Song. This divine ability could greatly increase the combat power of oneself and one's companions. It was a support-type divine ability. The third divine ability was the Fate Sword art. This was a sword technique. If used together with the Fate Sword left behind by the Master of Fate, its power would reach an unimaginable level. The fourth divine ability was the Gate of Fate. It was rumored that it could summon an ancient divine gate. This ancient divine gate was the embodiment of the Grand Tao of Fate. Once it was summoned, it would display heaven-defying power. As for the complete Great Fate technique, Lin Feng had already finished learning it. Lin Feng only hoped to gather all 3,000 daos as soon as possible. By then, he would be able to cultivate all 3,000 daos. His Grand Tao Foundation should be able to reach the level of the Red World Fairies' Grand Tao Foundation. With such a powerful Grand Tao Foundation, once he broke through to the Emperor realm, the increase in his strength would definitely shock the world. Lin Feng hoped to find the divine ability he needed in the Immortal Tomb. The Immortal Tomb was divided into several layers of chambers. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had entered the first chamber of the Immortal Tomb. The first chamber should be a place for sacrifices. There were a large number of corpses and an altar here. The corpses had long decayed. Lin Feng said, "It seems like the master of this tomb wasn't a good person back then. He actually let so many people be buried with him. How abominable!" The funerary objects in the world of cultivators were basically all kinds of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, medicinal pills, divine abilities, magic treasures, and the like. Very few people would bury a living person with them. Normally, the cultivator would only bury a living person with them when they were on the verge of death. Of course, there were also some forces that were more evil. Regardless of whether their ancestors had told them to do so before they died, they would use living people to accompany them in death. Although there were such forces, they were not common in the world of cultivators. Immeasurable Taoists said, "If you enter more tombs, you won't be surprised by this." Lin Feng fell silent and then sighed. In the world of cultivators, human lives were like grass. There were many things. There was no way to change it. He and the immeasurable Taoist continued to walk inside. The two of them entered the second layer of the tomb. Within the second layer of the tomb, there were many shelves. On those shelves, there were densely packed porcelain bottles or jade tubes. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist walked forward. Each of them opened a porcelain bottle. Lin Feng found that there were more than a dozen medicinal pills in the porcelain bottle. But because too much time had passed, these medicinal pills were all destroyed. The dozen medicinal pills emitted a moldy smell. Lin Feng put the porcelain bottle back and said, What a pity! It's really a pity. These medicinal pills were most likely immortal pills in the past, but now they've been destroyed. The immeasurable Taoist said, "There's nothing to pity." Exploring ancient tombs is sometimes like this. Many good things have been destroyed by the power of time. The things we need to find are those that are still valuable. The immeasurable Taoist often robbed tombs. So he was very open-minded. Lin Feng nodded. Then his gaze looked at a jade tube. Then he held a jade tube in his hand. Lin Feng found that this jade tube recorded an ancient prescription. The cultivator buried here was obviously an alchemy grandmaster. These medicinal pills might have been refined by this person. The immeasurable Taoist said, when this ancient tomb was built back then, this person was most likely not dead. He should have spent the last period of his life in the ancient tomb. This point, Lin Feng still agreed. This was because many cultivators generally knew when their lifespan would come to an end. Before their time was up, some cultivators might go to some dangerous places, such as the land of death, to fight for opportunities. Perhaps they could break through and extend their lifespan. Of course, there were also some cultivators who would choose to go through life and death. They hoped to pass through life and death and have an epiphany. This group of cultivators would often order people to build a tomb before they died. This kind of tomb, also known as the tomb of the living dead. The tomb itself was a place for the dead to live. When the tomb was completed, the owner of the tomb was not dead yet, but he lived in the tomb. This was the origin of the tomb of the living dead. In the second layer of the tomb, the jade tubes in the second layer of the tomb, in addition to various medicinal formulas, also contained many cultivation insights and even many ancient star maps. The value of these things was still extremely high. If word got out, it would cause a huge uproar. After collecting these jade tubes, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist entered the third layer of the tomb. A stone room was built inside the third layer of the tomb, and on the door of the stone room, it actually wrote the words "Land of Divine Ability Inheritance." After seeing these words, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist couldn't help but be shocked. The owner of this tomb is very likely an expert from the Great Desolate Era. In that era, various divine abilities had not been lost. This person was also an immortal, so he must have cultivated many incomparably powerful divine abilities. He might have cultivated as many as 1,000 or 2,000 great Daos. The immeasurable Taoist said, after the ancient era, a large number of divine ability inheritances were lost. The number of experts also continued to decrease. The decrease in the number of experts had a lot to do with the loss of inheritances. And in the eras before the ancient era, some top experts, such as immortal-level experts, which one of them didn't cultivate thousands, or even more of the 3,000 great Daos. In those eras, the 3,000 great Daos were spread quite widely, especially the 3,000 great Daos that weren't ranked very high. They were easier to obtain. Of course, in those eras, not all the 3,000 great Daos were easy to obtain. For example, the 3,000 great Daos that were ranked in the top 300, each was more precious than the other. Basically, they were all controlled by the top few forces. The cultivators of the other forces were basically unable to cultivate the 3,000 great Daos that were ranked in the top 300. As for the Great Destiny technique that was ranked first, no force had the cultivation method for the Great Destiny technique. If one wanted to cultivate the Great Destiny technique, they would need to find the door of eternal life, the Supreme Divine Court, or the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Then, they would have to comprehend the cultivation method themselves. However, Chapter 3647, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist walked towards the stone room with the sacred art inheritance written on it. just as they entered the stone room. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt like the world was spinning. The next moment, he disappeared from the stone room. When he reappeared, Lin Feng found that he had actually arrived in a starry sky world. In the starry sky world stood a thin cultivator. This thin cultivator didn't look particularly old. Instead, he looked like a middle-aged man. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. "You came to this tomb. Don't you know who I am?" The thin middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This middle-aged man should be the owner of this tomb, but what was his name? Which clan was he from? Lin Feng really didn't know. However, Lin Feng knew that this person should have died of old age. Since he died of old age, then this person should be extremely old. However, he looked like a middle-aged man in his prime. This meant that the cultivator in front of him had very likely swallowed the face-retaining pill or cultivated the face-retaining technique. Swallowing the face-retaining pill and cultivating the face-retaining technique were basically things that female cultivators would do. Therefore, he thought that this person might have done these things. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Pervert." Lin Feng looked at the tomb owner and said, "This junior is worried that senior's orthodoxy will be lost, so I came to explore, hoping to inherit senior's orthodoxy, and then carry forward senior's orthodoxy." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the tomb owner's mouth suddenly revealed a mocking expression. He sneered and said, "You really speak the human language. Do you think that I will believe what you said?" Lin Feng had long known that the tomb owner wouldn't believe these words. He was just casually saying it. Lin Feng said, "Since the words sacred art inheritance land are written here, it's obvious that you want to pass on your sacred art to the future generations. I wonder how to obtain these sacred arts." The tomb owner sneered and said, "The reason why this stone room was built was to lure people like you into the stone room and then kill you. This is not a sacred art inheritance land." After hearing the tomb owner's words, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The tomb owner was indeed a ruthless person. Even if he died, he still had to scheme against others. Lin Feng then sneered and said, "With this imprint of yours, you can't kill me." "Imprint? Of course not. This is a spiritual body formed from the combination of my soul and magic power. Although countless years have passed, and the power of this spiritual body of mine has been severely depleted, killing an ant like you is still an easy task." The tomb owner sneered. "What? This is a spirit body." Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. If it was a spirit body, then it was too terrifying. Lin Feng quickly activated the ruler's armor. Then, he used the ruler's armor to protect his body. Next, he took out the black dragon sword. Powerful magic power began to flow into the black dragon sword. At the same time, the Bing mantra was also activated. Lin Feng tried to use the Bing mantra. He activated the black dragon sword's power. Waves of terrifying fluctuations shook the void. The black dragon sword's power was recovering. It's useless. An ant is an ant. No matter how you struggle, you are destined to never be able to break free from your destiny. The tomb owner walked toward Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. He raised his right hand and slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You're already a dead person. What right do you have to talk about destiny with me? If I'm not wrong, you didn't cultivate the great destiny art when you were alive, right? You didn't even cultivate the great destiny art, and you still have the nerve to talk about destiny? It's really ridiculous. Such a ridiculous person can actually cultivate to the immortal realm. It's really unbelievable. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you were able to cultivate to the immortal realm not because of how good your talent is, but because the era you lived in was the golden age of cultivation, unlike the current era. If you lived in this era, it would be extremely difficult for you to break through to the great emperor realm. You're courting death. After hearing Lin Feng's ridicule, the tomb owner flew into a rage. An even more powerful magic power surged out. The palm that was originally aimed at Lin Feng suddenly increased in power by 30%. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The black dragon sword in his hand also slashed at the tomb owner. Bang! The next moment, accompanied by an earth-shaking sound of violent collision, Lin Feng and the tomb owner fiercely collided. A powerful shockwave came. From the black dragon sword, it poured into Lin Feng's body. When that strength crashed onto Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng was astonished. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. The ruler's armor blocked most of the power. The remaining power, it was resolved by Lin Feng himself. Lin Feng's face became as pale as paper, and his expression became incomparably gloomy. An immortal spirit body was indeed terrifying. Moreover, this spirit body had been condensed for countless years. In addition, the stone room that immeasurable Taoist entered with him. In other words, at this moment, immeasurable Taoist was probably also attacked by the spirit body. The tomb owner's spirit body should be divided into two. They were dealing with him and immeasurable Taoist, respectively. It was under such circumstances. He used the ruler's armor. He was actually forced back by the tomb owner. It could be seen how powerful this spirit body was. Fortunately, the tomb owner's spirit body was no longer as powerful as it was in the past. If it was as powerful as before, then, if he were to face this spirit body today, it was very likely that he would die. Weak. You're really too weak. You use such a powerful armor and only have this bit of strength. With your strength, you dare to steal the opportunity in the immortal tomb. Who gave you the courage? The tomb owner looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. Obviously, even if his strength had weakened to the lowest point, he still had great confidence in killing Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "The battle has just begun. It's not certain who will win." What? Could it be that an ant like you wants to make a comeback? How laughable and foolish, the tomb owner said disdainfully. Then he walked towards Lin Feng step by step. The aura emitted from his body became stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying. The tomb owner didn't want to delay for too long. He wanted to kill Lin Feng quickly. And just at this moment, Lin Feng waved his hand. The 3 stone swords also flew out and floated above Lin Feng. Kill. Lin Feng was doing 6 things at once. At the same time, he activated the weapon mantra, the ruler's armor, the black dragon sword, and the 3 stone swords. So. The 3 stone swords took the lead to attack the tomb owner. Lin Feng followed, closely behind, operating the black dragon sword with all his might. Chapter 3648. Stone sword. You actually control the stone sword. The owner of the tomb couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. The 36 stone swords were too famous. There were many experts. They had all heard of or seen the 36 stone swords. Perhaps only the cultivators after the primordial era didn't know much about the 36 stone swords. But the owner of the tomb, he was an expert from the primordial era. He knew a lot about the 36 stone swords. So when he saw Lin Feng take out the 3 stone swords, the owner of the tomb was extremely shocked. It was rumored that only those with great luck could obtain the stone sword. Obtaining a stone sword was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention that he had obtained 3 stone swords like Lin Feng. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the 3 stone swords had already shaken the void and charged towards the owner of the tomb. The power was abnormally tyrannical. The void was sliced apart like tofu. But facing the attack of the 3 stone swords, the owner of the tomb sneered. His battle strength was extremely powerful, so he wasn't afraid of the 3 stone swords. When the 3 stone swords slashed over, the owner of the tomb opened his big hand. Across the void, he suddenly slapped out with his palm. Bang! In the void, a terrifying force instantly erupted. Then it shook out. That formless energy slammed into the 3 stone swords. Instantly, the 3 stone swords were sent flying by the owner of the tomb. And at this moment, Lin Feng had already charged over. He slashed down with his sword. It was as if he was splitting Mount Hua. The power of that sword was really shocking. The terrifying sword slashed down in an instant, as if it could split heaven and earth into 2 halves. Such a powerful sword. Lin Feng was also quite satisfied. However, the owner of the tomb flicked his finger. Clang! His finger collided with the black dragon sword in an instant, and a deafening collision sound was heard. It was as if 2 peerless divine weapons had collided. The terrifying power that came through the sword almost made the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand fly out of his hand. Lin Feng's hands were split open from the shock, and blood immediately flowed out. At this moment, the tomb's owner instantly arrived beside Lin Feng and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng's chest. Bang! That tyrannical palm landed on Lin Feng's chest. The power of that palm strike was truly terrifying. Even though the ruler's armor had blocked most of the force, it was still too powerful. However, there was only a small amount of strength left, but it was enough to make Lin Feng's chest cave in. His body flew backward uncontrollably. Ever since he gained control of the ruler's armor, Lin Feng could even compete with many cultivators of the Zunqi layer. Now, they were showing signs of defeat. It had never appeared before. The might of the tomb master already exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. His strength was a suffocating and despairing kind of strength. It was hard to imagine what level his current combat strength was at. Killing such a weak ant like you will really dirty my hands. The tomb master walked towards Lin Feng step by step, his expression cold and ruthless. He sneered and said, "However, since an ant like you dares to come to my tomb and disturb my sleep, if I don't kill you, I won't be able to quell my anger." The tomb master raised his right hand. In the void, with a light stroke, buzz, accompanied by a violent trembling sound. Then, a dazzling sword energy flew out. Feeling the horror of that sword energy, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. This sword energy was too terrifying, and the power contained in it was too tyrannical. This blow slashed his body. The vibrating power of the sword qi would definitely be able to cause fatal damage to his body. One had to know, when the power was strong enough, even if there was protection in between, it could also destroy everything in an instant. Heaven patching technique. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. Facing the opponent's tyrannical attack, he quickly performed the heaven patching technique. Swish! A light flashed. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. As for the owner of the tomb, his terrifying attack landed in midair. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was already behind the tomb master. He held the black dragon sword with both hands and slashed at the tomb master with all his strength. "It's done." Lin Feng's face suddenly lit up with joy. Just as the sword was about to cleave the tomb master into 2, the void behind the tomb master started to distort. This was the use of the space law. The distorted void blocked Lin Feng's slash. The tomb master's big hand reached out from the distorted void and attacked Lin Feng again. Lin Feng quickly retreated. The void in front of him started to overlap. It was like dozens of layers of space were overlapping. You actually mastered the space Tao? The tomb master showed a surprised expression for the first time. He could feel that Lin Feng's space Tao was extraordinary. The tomb master shattered the overlapping void in front of Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng had already retreated hundreds of meters. Interesting, but your realm is too low. It can't cause any damage to this immortal. The tomb master sneered. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. The tomb master was too powerful. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill him. However, Lin Feng wouldn't give up, because he was never a person who gave up easily. Moreover, Lin Feng still had many methods that he hadn't used yet. You are qualified for me to use my full strength, Lin Feng said coldly. What did you say? The tomb master thought that he had heard wrongly and asked again. Lin Feng said indifferently, I said, you barely made it. You are qualified for me to use my full strength. Why? Don't you understand human language? The tomb master's expression suddenly became gloomy. A junior like Lin Feng dared to be so disrespectful to him. This made the tomb master extremely angry. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, lowly ant, who gave you the courage to do that? Who gave you the courage to be so presumptuous in front of this immortal? This immortal won't kill you directly later. Instead, I will capture you and torture you until you are better off dead. Otherwise, this immortal won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. After the battle, you will know the last remnant of your spiritual body in the human world. You are destined to be destroyed by me, Lin Feng said coldly. Facing a terrifying existence like the tomb master, Lin Feng dared to say such words. He was extremely arrogant. Lin Feng's voice fell. He began to use the one qi into 3 pure ones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was a flash of light. Chapter 36:49. After the 3 Lin Feng appeared. Every Lin Feng had the ability to do 6 things at once. The 3 Lin Feng added together were equivalent to having the ability to do 18 things at once. The 3 Lin Feng activated their domineering aura at the same time. The 9 magnetic fields stacked together. The powerful magnetic field directly enveloped the owner of the tomb. At the same time, the 3 Lin Feng used the space imprisonment ability at the same time. This was a supreme ability recorded in the Tao of space. Then, all kinds of treasures were taken out. Black dragon sword, 3 stone swords, heavenly drum, 5 dragon wheel, 9 demon diagram, primordial demon cauldron, green mountain sword, 5 flames 7 birds fan, demon emperor's small world, 5 kill tablet, and Chonglu demon palace. These treasures were all taken out by Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng displayed his most powerful battle strength. The magnetic field formed by the domineering aura greatly suppressed the battle strength of the tomb owner, and the space imprisonment ability was used to imprison this person's movements. In addition, so many powerful magic treasures were taken out at the same time. Every magic treasure vibrated with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Actually, Lin Feng had an even more terrifying treasure here. He had a sealed ancient weapon here. This was one of the most terrifying treasures since ancient times. Perhaps only the 36 stone swords were gathered. Only then could he contend against the ancient weapon. But there was nothing he could do. The current Lin Feng was still unable to control the ancient weapon. However, the magic treasures that Lin Feng took out were already powerful enough. The power of each magic treasure, under the operation of the boundless mana, had reached a level that made people pale in shock. The heavenly drum began to beat. He summoned the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. The bell of hell shook the void. 100,000 miles of the starry sky world collapsed. The 5 dragon will gently slashed. The void was torn apart. When the 3 stone swords were combined, they could break through billions of gods and demons. The black dragon sword killed gods and immortals, and the sword chi shook the 9 heavens. The demon emperor's small world crushed all worlds and suppressed countless living beings. And so on. Every divine weapon was able to display shocking power. Lin Feng used the method of doing 18 things at once, which consumed a lot of his mana. However, now, Lin Feng had no other choice. He had to give it his all. The owner of the graveyard did not die. It was his death. You actually have so many top-tier true treasures on you. When the tomb owner saw the supreme treasures Lin Feng took out, his expression changed drastically, because the number of treasures Lin Feng took out was simply too many. It was too shocking. Moreover, there were many treasures that made him salivate. A cultivator, in his entire life, to obtain such a treasure. This was already an extremely heaven-defying matter. However, Lin Feng actually obtained so many of these treasures. It was truly inconceivable. Furthermore, what shocked the tomb owner the most was Lin Feng's domineering aura. There were simply too few cultivators who could comprehend the domineering aura. Lin Feng had not only comprehended hockey, but he had also comprehended many types of hockey. No one would believe such a thing, even if he told them about it. Only then did the tomb owner realize that he had underestimated this young human in front of him. At this moment, Lin Feng's various supreme treasures had already arrived. Piece of the 4 seas. Facing the attacks of so many supreme treasures, the tomb owner could not help but let out a long roar. Immediately after, 4 vast seas appeared beside him. The waves in the 4 vast seas were turbulent. It seemed to be able to devour everything. The 4 vast seas actually directly swallowed the attacks of Lin Feng's magic treasures. Then, 4 vast seas, they swallowed Lin Feng's magic treasures. The tomb owner was truly peerless and terrifying. Now, he was suppressed by Lin Feng's 9-layered domineering magnetic field and 3-layered spatial imprisonment. He was actually able to display such a powerful battle strength. Lin Feng could not help but feel incredulous. At this moment, Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. He began to chant the incantation of the great fate art. You lowly creature, your body has already decayed. Your life is over. Your soul should become one of the departed souls in the ocean of departed souls. That's your destiny. Your resistance is just a stupid and laughable thing to do. You can't fight against the power of destiny. When Lin Feng finished his incantation, a powerful force suddenly descended from the sky. It was the power of fate. Bang, 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 bang. When the power of destiny slammed into the 4 seas, the power of destiny slammed into them. The 4 seas formed by the tomb owner were completely shattered. Lin Feng's supreme treasures all flew out. They quickly attacked the tomb owner. The legendary Great Fate art. You actually know the Great Fate art. Who exactly are you? Whose reincarnation are you? Surprisingly, the owner of the grave recognized Lin Feng's great destiny technique. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Since ancient times, cultivators who knew the Great Fate art, there were only a handful of them. It was said that some top experts only comprehended the true essence of the Great Fate art after reincarnating. For example, Lin Feng's senior sister Shui Linglong comprehended the Great Fate art after reincarnating. Thus, the tomb owner felt that Lin Feng was also an expert who had reincarnated. Only Lin Feng himself knew. He was him. He was not the reincarnation of any expert. At this moment, more than 10 powerful treasures had already arrived in front of the tomb owner. The tomb owner repeatedly slapped out with his large hands. He slapped out at the treasures, one after another. He slapped away 7 or 8 treasures, but the remaining treasures bombarded the tomb owner's body. The tomb owner was only a spiritual body, not a body of flesh and blood. He could not withstand the terrifying attacks of Lin Feng's treasures. Half of his body directly exploded. This immortal is an undying and indestructible existence. The tomb owner roared. His body actually began to reassemble. His shattered body seemed to be rapidly recovering, but at this moment, a purple beam of light shot over. Third level of the supreme aura, shattering heaven and earth. Accompanied by the low roar that resounded between heaven and earth, the purple beam of light had already flown over. That was Lin Feng's supreme aura. As Lin Feng cultivated more and more supernatural powers, his understanding of the Great Tao also became deeper and deeper. His supreme aura had already broken through to the third level. The third level of the supreme aura, shattering heaven and earth, was extremely powerful. When the supreme aura arrived in front of the tomb owner came back to his senses. He opened his large hand and created an illusory world to suppress the supreme aura. Now the tomb owner's strength was greatly suppressed. In addition, he was injured. His combat strength fell greatly again. He could no longer contend with Lin Feng's supreme aura. Puff, accompanied by the sound of tearing, the supreme aura transformed into a beam of light that first tore apart the mysterious world that the tomb owner had created. Then, it tore apart the tomb owner's body. After the power of the supreme aura surged into the tomb owner's body, the tomb owner's body actually collapsed. Why did this happen? The unwilling roar of the tomb owner could be heard from the crumbling body. This is your remnant soul? Great. Lin Feng opened his large hand and directly suppressed the remnant soul of the tomb owner. He wanted to use the soul-searching technique to search for the remnant soul of the tomb owner. Chapter 3650. You want to search this immortal soul. You're dreaming. Even if this immortal turns into ashes, I won't let you succeed. The owner of the tomb couldn't help but roar. His spiritual body had already collapsed and his power had dissipated. He couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack. So the owner of the tomb knew that the situation was hopeless and he was powerless to resist. But the owner of the tomb had a way to destroy his soul. A ball of flame surged out from the owner of the tomb's soul. Then it completely enveloped his soul. Next, the owner of the tomb's soul burned fiercely. Ha 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 ha, little bastard, you won't get anything. This immortal curses you to die a horrible death in the future. The owner of the tomb roared crazily. Lin Feng sneered and looked at the owner of the tomb, saying, "Do you think you can destroy the soul just because you want to? What a joke." As his voice faded, Lin Feng flicked his finger. Buzz. Then the void shook. A power of destiny quickly flew out. Then it merged into the owner of the tomb's soul. Suddenly, the owner of the tomb's burning soul flame was extinguished. No, why is it like this? Why is it like this? The owner of the tomb screamed in horror. He wanted to destroy his soul. He couldn't do it. This made the owner of the tomb. It was hard to accept. Looking at the owner of the tomb, who was roaring like crazy, Lin Feng's face revealed a sneer. He said coldly, "Your little grandpa has mastered the great destiny technique. Your fate is also in my hands. Do you think you can die just because you want to? You're really stupid." As his voice faded, Lin Feng's soul-searching technique had been used. He began to search the owner of the tomb's remnant soul. "I curse you to be cut into pieces in the future. I curse you to die without a burial place in the future." The owner of the tomb knew that he couldn't resist the fate of being searched, so he kept cursing. he began to curse Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly formed a seal and sealed the owner of the tomb's remnant soul. His voice could no longer be heard. Then, Lin Feng continued to search the tomb owner's soul. Lin Feng searched through a large number of memories, and these memories were basically memories of various sacred arts. As for some of the experiences of the tomb owner, or memories related to cultivation and comprehension, there were very few. It was clear that the owner of the tomb had used a special method to create his own spiritual body before he died. As for the spirit body, it was rather special. It was a combination of one's soul and magic power. Perhaps it would require some other means to form it. The divine abilities in the soul were extremely useful in shaping the spirit body. The more divine abilities one cultivated, the more powerful the spirit body would be. The spirit body created would also exist in the world for a longer period of time. As for the various memories that had nothing to do with divine ability memories, they were a great hindrance to the creation of the spirit body. Therefore, when a cultivator created a spirit body, they would only leave behind the memory of the divine ability in their soul. Forget the rest of those unnecessary memories. Right now, the spirit body of the tomb owner contained all kinds of divine abilities. As expected of an immortal realm expert, he had cultivated over 7,000 to 8,000 types of divine abilities. The lifespan of an immortal, it should be able to break through the unit of 100 million. Therefore, the lifespan of an immortal was basically more than 100 million years. To be able to experience several great eras. In this long period of time, one could indeed cultivate many divine abilities. The divine ability that Lin Feng was truly interested in was the 3,000 Great Tao. The tomb owner was an immortal from the primordial era, according to the immeasurable Taoist. In the primordial era, other than the 3,000 Great Tao that could not be obtained, the other 3,000 Great Tao could even be obtained through transactions. It was precisely because the 3,000 Great Tao had spread widely. In those eras, that was why there were so many experts. Unlike now, becoming an emperor was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Becoming an immortal was fleeting. Lin Feng began to investigate one divine ability after another. In the end, he was pleasantly surprised. The tomb owner had actually cultivated more than 2,700 types of 3,000 Great Tao. This fellow was indeed an immortal realm expert. The number of Great Tao he had cultivated was really many. However, there were very few in the top 300 of the 3,000 Great Tao, because even in their era, it was indeed too difficult to obtain the top 3,000 Great Tao. Among these 2,700 types of 3,000 Great Tao, there were only more than 50 types of 3,000 Great Tao ranked in the top 300. There were only 6 types of 3,000 Great Tao ranked in the top 100. As for the top 50 types of 3,000 Great Tao, there was none. However, the 2,600 types of 3,000 Great Tao that Lin Feng had previously obtained, the 3,000 Great Tao that he had obtained included all the 3,000 Great Tao ranked in the top 1,000. The 3,000 Great Tao ranked between 1,000 and 1 and 2,000th lacked 105 types. The 3,000 Great Tao ranked between 2,000 and 1 and 3,000th lacked 295 types. And these 3,000 Great Tao, they could all be found among the 3,000 Great Tao that the tomb owner cultivated. Now, Lin Feng had finally collected all 3,000 types of 3,000 Great Tao. He only needed to successfully cultivate these 3,000 Great Tao. When the time came, he would be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm in one go. After Lin Feng memorized the cultivation method of all the divine abilities, he directly killed the soul of the tomb owner. Then a light flashed in front of his eyes. Lin Feng found himself back in the stone room. Immeasurable Taoist stood beside him. Immeasurable Taoist didn't move. Lin Feng guessed that Immeasurable Taoist should be dealing with the other part of the tomb owner's spirit body. He didn't know how Immeasurable Taoist was doing. Right now, Lin Feng couldn't help Immeasurable Taoist in any way for the time being. He could only wait at the side. About a quarter of an hour passed. Immeasurable Taoist also opened his eyes. Immeasurable Heavenly Sovereign, that old bastard actually dared to scheme against us. Fortunately, my methods are superb. Otherwise, I would have been tricked to death by this old bastard. Immeasurable Taoist cursed. The soul of the tomb owner should have been killed by Immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng said, "A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. This time, this old thing's soul has been completely destroyed." Then Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist walked out of the stone room. The third layer of the tomb was mainly this stone room. There was nothing else. After Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist took a look, they realized that there was nothing else. Then, they looked at the fourth layer of the stone room. This was the fourth layer of the stone room. It was also the last layer of the stone room. He didn't know what was in the fourth layer of the stone room. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist walked towards the fourth layer of the tomb together. Soon, they entered the fourth layer of the stone room. After seeing the things in the fourth layer of the stone room. Chapter 36:51. There was only one crystal coffin in the huge fourth layer of the tomb, and this kind of crystal coffin was extremely rare. Of course, what shocked Lin Feng and the Immeasurable Taoist the most was not the crystal coffin. It was the fact that there was a person lying inside the crystal coffin. Seeing this scene, both Lin Feng and the Immeasurable Taoist were shocked. "There's no aura. It should be a corpse." The Immeasurable Taoist said. Lin Feng said, "Let's go over and take a look." "When you encounter a corpse in a tomb, you must be careful," the Immeasurable Taoist said. He had a lot of experience in tomb raiding. Therefore, he knew that once a corpse appeared in a tomb, it would be an extremely bad thing. Lin Feng had also entered many tombs, but he rarely saw a complete corpse. This was especially true for the older tombs. The power of time could destroy magic treasure, immortal pills, and other things, let alone a corpse. So, in such an ancient tomb, there shouldn't be a complete corpse. However, there was a complete corpse in this tomb. This was filled with something demonic. The Immeasurable Taoist quickly took out a golden bell. Then he took out dozens of talismans written on yellow paper. Lin Feng asked, "What are the uses of these things?" "This is the soul-suppressing bell. Any in spirit without a soul will be restrained by the soul-suppressing bell. The things that appear in the tomb are usually unclean things, or they are wearing human skin, but they are no longer real living beings. Since they are not real living beings, then they are dead spirits, and dead spirits do not have souls. The soul-suppressing bell is extremely harmful to these things without souls, and these talismans are immortal talismans used to deal with in spirits." The Immeasurable Taoist said. Many times, the Immeasurable Taoist seemed like a very unreliable fellow, but in reality, Lin Feng was very clear that the Immeasurable Taoist was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. This guy's methods were endless. Otherwise, this guy would be dealing with ancient tombs all day long. How could he be alive until now? Lin Feng and the Immeasurable Taoist walked towards the crystal coffin together. Lin Feng guessed that the corpse lying inside the crystal coffin was most likely the corpse of the tomb's owner. When a powerhouse of this level died, they would usually choose to turn into a rainbow and scatter. However, the owner of the graveyard did not do so. Nobody knew why. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang came to the side of the crystal coffin. They looked into the crystal coffin. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "It's the corpse of the tomb owner." "That's right. It really is that guy's corpse. To think that his corpse is so well preserved. How strange. That guy died during the Great Desolation era. How did his corpse survive?" Taoist Wuliang was extremely confused. He began to search the body of the owner of the tomb. After a careful search, he could not find anything. "There is nothing." Taoist Wuliang shook his head. Lin Feng looked at the tomb owner's mouth. He felt that the tomb owner's mouth was a little bloated. Lin Feng opened his mouth, and a blue pearl appeared in front of Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. "It's the soul-gathering pearl." Taoist Wuliang could not help but exclaim when he saw the pearl. Lin Feng asked, "What's the soul-gathering pearl?" "Rumor has it that when a person dies, their 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will scatter between heaven and earth. When a person's soul dies, their physical body dies as well. However, the soul-gathering pearl can reform the soul and revive a dead cultivator." Taoist Wuliang said. "Is this rumor true?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm not sure." Taoist Wuliang shook his head. Lin Feng frowned and said, "However, this guy's soul did not scatter. We were attacked by his soul in the stone room. Isn't that soul formed by fusing a soul with magic power?" Taoist Wuliang said, "There are many types of soul. Ordinary spirit bodies could return to their bodies once again. However, there's a type of evil soul that cannot return to the body. It's said that this type of evil soul is a soul refined by a cultivator whose physical body is about to die. This type of soul needs to be stripped of part of the soul's memories and refined into a soul before death. Once this soul is successfully refined, the cultivator's physical body and part of his soul will completely die. This type of soul can exist between heaven and earth for a long time, but it can no longer fuse with the cultivator's body. As time passes, this type of soul's power will be continuously depleted. Once all of its power is exhausted, this type of soul will die. Thus, the soul we saw earlier should belong to this type of evil soul." Lin Feng said, "This guy was definitely not a good person when he was alive. I'll take this soul-gathering pearl and burn this corpse later." Lin Feng took out the soul-gathering pearl from the immortal corpse's mouth. Taoist Wuliang did not ask for the soul-gathering pearl. Lin Feng was very surprised. This was not in line with Taoist Wuliang's character. This guy actually did not want such a good thing. "You're not interested in the soul-gathering pearl?" Lin Feng asked. Taoist Wuliang said, "People in our line of work view things that gather souls as ominous." Lin Feng asked doubtfully, "Why is that?" Taoist Wuliang said, "Because this is something that only the dead use." Lin Feng nodded. He could not blame Taoist Wuliang for being superstitious. There were many things that could not be explained in a few words. Many times, if you believed it, it would be there. Especially in the world of cultivators. One had to be careful. Lin Feng put away the soul-gathering pearl and flicked his finger. A ball of flame flew out. It landed on the immortal corpse's body. The immortal corpse immediately burst into flames. "Burn the corpse and be a good person in the next life. Don't be an evil person again," Lin Feng muttered to himself. But at this moment, the immortal corpse actually opened its eyes. An endless evil aura surged out from the immortal corpse's body. The immortal corpse let out an incomparably mournful scream. "Damn, the immortal corpse has revived." When he saw this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. "A zombie! Hurry up and leave." Taoist Wuliang cried out in horror. He was fully aware of just how terrifying an immortal stone corpse would be. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang quickly rushed outside. The immortal corpse's body was still burning. The immortal corpse struggled to climb out of the crystal coffin. A gloomy and terrifying aura spread out from the immortal corpse's body. The immortal corpse extinguished the flames on its body and growled. Chapter 3652. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, along with the earth-shattering sound, it suddenly resounded between the heavens and the earth. The mountain where the tomb was built collapsed. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were sent flying. Their faces were as pale as paper. You've caused this immortal so much trouble. This immortal is going to tear you to pieces. The immortal corpse roared angrily. At this moment, the immortal corpse became extremely terrifying. Its entire body began to rot. His body also emitted a fishy smell. It was extremely disgusting. The immortal corpse roared and pounced toward Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. It wanted to kill Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang looked like they wanted to cry, but had no tears. The immortal corpse was simply too powerful. He and Taoist Wu Liang weren't a match for the immortal corpse even when they joined forces. Instead, they were chased by the immortal corpse. They almost died under the immortal corpse's powerful attack. Such a huge commotion. The cultivators in the area had long been alarmed. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance in the depths were also alarmed. A large number of cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance quickly flew over. Taoist Wu Liang and that armored cultivator. The three emperors immediately recognized Taoist Wu Liang and Lin Feng. There was no need to mention Taoist Wu Liang. After coming to the heavenly sage great world, he had plundered many ancient tombs. Therefore, Taoist Wu Liang was wanted by the Sacred War Alliance. Now, the major forces of the Sacred War Alliance wanted nothing more than to tear Taoist Wu Liang to pieces. As the protectors of the myriad tribes' cemetery, the three emperors had some understanding of Taoist Wu Liang. As for Lin Feng, they were even more familiar with him. This was because Lin Feng was the one who had kidnapped the Tomb Raider. However, Lin Feng was wearing armor, so they couldn't see what Lin Feng looked like. Now, the three emperors really wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's kidnapping of the Tomb Raider was equivalent to slapping the three emperors in the face. How long had it been? Lin Feng actually came to the myriad tribes' cemetery to rob tombs again. Furthermore, clearly, the tomb had been completely destroyed. As for that terrifying monster, it was probably an undead spirit transformed from the master of the graveyard. The three emperors sped up. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. Split up, Taoist Wu Liang said in a deep voice. Be careful, Lin Feng reminded. Then, the two of them quickly flew in different directions. The immortal corpse set its sights on Lin Feng and chased after Lin Feng relentlessly. When the three emperors saw the immortal corpse chasing after Lin Feng, they chased after the immortal corpse. Meanwhile, the great formations in the 95 dragon veins were also activated. In the void, densely packed runes interweaved, sealing the world. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest were trapped in those deployment spells. It was impossible for them to escape. Break, break, break. At this moment, Lin Feng used the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect to the extreme. His palms turned golden. Lin Feng slashed at the runes one after another. Puff, puff, puff. The runes were directly cut off by Lin Feng's palms. The technique Lin Feng used was the secret technique of the Celestial Master sect, the Heavenly Divine Gold Hand. Once this secret technique was used, the palm would turn golden. At this time, the golden palm could easily break the runes. The inheritance of the Celestial Master sect was indeed powerful. Lin Feng's golden palm was invincible. The runes were broken one after another. Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. Not long after, Lin Feng rushed to the outer area of the 95 dragon veins. But at this time, the immortal corpse caught up with him. Heaven and earth. No one can save your life. The immortal corpse looked at Lin Feng with hatred and then slapped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the immortal corpse was. With his current cultivation, he couldn't fight against the immortal corpse at all. Therefore, it wasn't a good time to continue fighting with the immortal corpse. Facing the immortal corpse's powerful attack, Lin Feng directly used the spatial folding god art. The space in front of Lin Feng folded. The immortal corpse's terrifying punch came. It directly slammed into the folded space. The folded space was destroyed by the immortal corpse. Lin Feng rushed hundreds of meters away. Dozens of cultivators, under the lead of several great emperors, charged at Lin Feng. They wanted to stop Lin Feng. Courting death, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly used the infinite dominance god art recorded in the second heaven of the supreme dominance god art. Infinite dominance. It was an indiscriminate attack. Bang, bang, bang. When the infinite dominance enveloped the cultivators, the fleshly bodies of a group of cultivators exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. But at this time, the immortal corpse had already caught up. Its terrifying palm once again slammed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the aura of death from the immortal corpse's palm. Lin Feng had an extremely strong feeling in his heart. Even with the ruler's armor, facing the immortal corpse's terrifying attack, he was almost certain death. Lin Feng hastily used the Great Death Substitution technique. Lin Feng quickly used his Great Death Substitution technique. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. As for the immortal corpse's terrifying attack, it struck midair. Lin Feng, who had narrowly dodged the immortal corpse's fatal attack, appeared hundreds of meters away. He waved his golden palm. He continued to break the formation runes that sealed the world. He wanted to leave this place quickly. Ant-like thing, why do you have to make such a useless struggle? The immortal corpse chased after him again, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent. This time, he condensed an even more terrifying attack. He opened his hand, and 10,000 ghosts flew out, howling in the sky. The endless evil spirits and ghosts all pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He quickly took out the ghost-raising jar. The jar emitted a powerful devouring power. It swallowed the 10,000 ghosts. Bang! The immortal corpse sent the jar flying with a slap. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Feng. His terrifying palm slammed into Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Crack! Crack! Lin Feng didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He felt that his magic power had almost been scattered by the immortal corpse. It's time to end this. The immortal corpse looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. He attacked Lin Feng again, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Come out, primitive demon refining bugs. Lin Feng waved his hand. In an instant, the primitive demon refining bugs, which blotted out the sky, all flew out and charged at the immortal corpse. A dense swarm of desolate-era demon refining insects surrounded the immortal corpse. That was one of Lin Feng's trump cards, and now he was using it. Chapter 3653. Puff, puff, puff. Taking advantage of the fact that the group of great desolate demon refining insects had tied up the immortal corpse, Lin Feng hurriedly destroyed the great array that sealed the heavens and earth. The great desolate demon refining insects were loyal to Lin Feng, so they charged towards the immortal corpse without fear of death. Bang! 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 A large number of great desolate demon refining insects exploded. Those great, desolate demon refining insects were killed on the spot. Seeing so many great, desolate demon refining insects being killed, Lin Feng felt like his heart was bleeding. Nurturing those great, desolate demon refining insects had consumed a lot of Lin Feng's energy and wealth. Now, a large number of great, desolate demon refining insects had died. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt his heart ache. In the end, Lin Feng tore apart the great array and rushed out from the 95 dragon veins. And the immortal corpse was Lin Feng's great, desolate demon refining insects. They were all killed. The only fortunate thing was that the great, desolate demon refining insect queen was still alive. As long as the queen was alive, Lin Feng would be able to continue nurturing new groups of great, desolate demon refining insects. Shouted the celestial corpse furiously. He chased Lin Feng at full speed, but he was unable to catch up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was too fast, and Lin Feng had a more profound use of space. So, it was even more impossible for the immortal corpse to catch up to Lin Feng. After getting rid of the immortal corpse, Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. As for immeasurable Taoist, Lin Feng wasn't worried about him at all. This damned Taoist's most powerful technique was actually not his attainments in the art of tomb raiding. To be precise, this damned Taoist's most powerful technique should be all kinds of escape methods. He always had all kinds of methods to quickly escape, or else immeasurable Taoist would have died countless times. But the reality was, immeasurable Taoist was still living a carefree life. Lin Feng planned to find a place to cultivate these 3,000 great Tao. Then, he would break through to the Emperor realm. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be when Lin Feng broke through to the Emperor realm. Dead forest. This was a huge primeval forest in the great heavenly sage world's solitary desolate prefecture. The vegetation here was all withered and dead. There were no living creatures here, because there was a strange power here that could deprive one of life. It was rumored that it was the power of time. However, there were also rumors that it was the power of death that originated from hell. There were also rumors that it was a terrifying demonic power that originated from a demonic world. In the past, the withered forest was not called a withered forest. It was a place filled with lush greenery, and all kinds of birds and beasts could be seen everywhere. Countless spirit herbs and spirit herbs grew in the primeval forest. However, no one could explain how the ancient primitive forest had turned into a land of death and turned into the current withered forest. At this moment, Lin Feng had arrived at the withered forest, because Lin Feng felt that it was quieter here. No one came to disturb him. This was the best place to break through. Lin Feng walked through the withered forest. Rustling sounds could be heard. This was the sound of feet stepping on fallen leaves. The leaves here were very strange. Although they had drifted down from the books. Although they had withered. But they did not rot. Lin Feng seemed to be the only living creature in the huge withered forest. Lin Feng found a mountain range and opened a cave abode in the mountain range. Then, he sealed the cave abode with restrictions and began to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng entered the time-space to cultivate. This way, he could save 5 times the time. Half a year in the outside world. 2.5 years had passed in the time-space. Lin Feng finally succeeded in cultivating all the 3,000 great Daos. After cultivating all 3,000 great Daos, in Lin Feng's Dantian, the divine power array formed by the 3,000 great Daos actually started to operate on its own. Waves of heaven and earth Dao sound. It resounded through the clouds. The 3,000 divine powers actually resonated. Fate carried hope. Fate shaped life. Karma circulated endlessly. Samsara reversed life, and death. Voices came out from Lin Feng's body. It was like the voice of the heavenly Tao shouted by the ancient saint emperors. This was the Tao voice of the 3,000 great Taos. Every Tao voice, all of them contained boundless mysteries. In Lin Feng's body, a large amount of holy light surged out. His sovereign emperor blood and immortal divine blood were all activated. A powerful bloodline began to flow through his limbs and bones. In Lin Feng's acupuncture points, they actually began to spit out holy light. At this moment, Lin Feng was completely wrapped in holy light. He seemed to have transformed into an ancient saint emperor. In the space between Lin Feng's eyebrows, a powerful light of calamity surged. Every light of calamity, it shook out violent fluctuations that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The light of calamity, it directly soared into the sky. 99 light of calamity actually rushed out from the space between Lin Feng's eyebrows. One had to know, when a cultivator transcended the tribulation, only one light of calamity would rush out from the space between their eyebrows. This light of calamity could connect with the thunder calamity from the 9 heavens and then summon the thunder calamity from the 9 heavens. As long as a cultivator succeeded in transcending the tribulation, they could complete the breakthrough, and they would also complete the transformation. However, 99 light of calamity actually appeared from the space between Lin Feng's eyebrows. This was too unbelievable. Even Lin Feng himself was shocked. 9 was the ultimate number. It represented an ominous sign. 99 represented death. So, that was why the ancient Saint Emperor cut 9 into 5. But now, 99 light of calamity appeared from the space between Lin Feng's eyebrows, which represented great ominous. The aura of death enveloped Lin Feng's entire body. But that feeling was quickly dispelled by Lin Feng. Lin Feng believed that man could conquer nature. He had absolute confidence in himself. I'm finally going to break through to the Great Emperor realm. This is the most important step since I started cultivating. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He took out all the Great Emperor's sources that he had obtained before and directly swallowed them. These Great Emperor's sources might be able to play a key role in his breakthrough. In addition, Lin Feng had also obtained a great world's power before. That great world's power was also swallowed by Lin Feng in one gulp. Then, Lin Feng got up and stepped outside. When he came out, thunder was already rolling above the 9 heavens. A sea of thunder condensed. In the thunder ocean, one could see huge thunder dragons and huge thunder serpents swimming in the thunder ocean. Moreover, listening carefully, one could hear the sound of war drums coming from the depths of the Sea of Thunder. In the Sea of Thunder, there seemed to be millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals flying from afar. This was Lin Feng's thunder calamity. Lin Feng still remembered that the Red World Fairies tribulation was called the 9 heavens 10 earths purple heaven lightning calamity. It contained a total of 108,000 lightning calamity, but he didn't know that this time he was transcending the Great Emperor's tribulation. The tribulation that came down. Chapter 3654. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was trying his best to adjust his breathing so that he could be in the best condition to deal with the lightning tribulation that was about to descend. Lin Feng was looking forward to the Great Emperor tribulation. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Now, the Great Emperor tribulation, it had finally descended. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of tribulation he was going to undergo, but Lin Feng knew this kind of tribulation must be an incomparably heaven-defying tribulation. Just look at the Red World Fairies tribulation back then. Back then, the Red World Fairies tribulation even alarmed the 33 heavenly lords of the heavenly palace in the heaven realm. It was really an incredible thing. Roar! At this moment, a loud dragon roar resounded through the sky. Then, a thunder dragon descended from the sky and swooped down towards Lin Feng's location. The first lightning tribulation. It was actually the thunder dragon tribulation. This was an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation. It was said that this was the lightning tribulation. It was one of the last 5 lightning tribulations for many people when they were undergoing the Great Emperor Tribulation. And Lin Feng was undergoing the Great Emperor Tribulation. The first lightning tribulation actually attracted the Thunder Dragon Tribulation. As the saying goes, one can see a leopard through a tube. From the first lightning tribulation, one could roughly guess how terrifying the tribulation Lin Feng was about to undergo would be. It could definitely be described as a peerless terror. Humph! Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. Facing the attack of the Thunder Dragon Tribulation, he stepped forward and threw a punch at the Thunder Dragon Tribulation. The power of Lin Feng's punch. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng's tyrannical punch. It directly smashed the Thunder Dragon into pieces. The power of this punch was really strong. Lin Feng's body began to absorb the power of the lightning tribulation. After the power of the lightning tribulation was absorbed by Lin Feng's body, it began to temper Lin Feng's physical body. Right now, Lin Feng's physical body was too strong. His physical body had already reached the Emperor Ancestor level. As for strength, once the 6-fold arms of Dracophant was activated, even an Emperor rank expert would be crushed. Lin Feng's physical body transformation wasn't easy. To complete the transformation, he needed to persevere. He needed to temper his physical body. The lightning tribulation that descended when one broke through a major realm contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth. When the power of the lightning tribulation's power, it had the effect of tempering one's body. That was one of Lin Feng's favorite ways to strengthen his physical body. This time, he broke through to the Great Emperor realm. Lin Feng was still using the same method. This time, Lin Feng had chosen the right place to break through in the desolate forest. If he were to break through somewhere else, such a huge commotion would have attracted countless cultivators. But in the silent forest, bolts of lightning tribulation struck down. Each bolt of lightning tribulation contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Those bolts of lightning tribulation wanted to destroy Lin Feng's physical body, but they couldn't do it at all. Under the tempering of the lightning tribulation, Lin Feng's physical body continued to break through and finally broke through to the Emperor level. But this kind of improvement was still continuing. It didn't stop. The lightning tribulation seemed to know that it was difficult to destroy Lin Feng. So, the tribulation that descended became stronger and stronger, but every bolt of lightning tribulation was resolved by Lin Feng. 1,000 bolts of lightning tribulation, 2,000 bolts of lightning tribulation, 3,000 bolts of lightning tribulation, 10,000 bolts of lightning tribulation. All kinds of lightning tribulations struck Lin Feng's body, but they were all blocked by Lin Feng. Facing those powerful lightning tribulation attacks, Lin Feng seemed to be at ease. But the 10,000-plus bolts of lightning tribulation that descended were just the appetizer. The lightning tribulation continued to descend. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 10 days, half a month. The lightning tribulation continued to strike. It actually lasted for half a month. And the number of lightning tribulations that descended one after another actually exceeded the total number of lightning tribulations that the Red World Fairy had undergone. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the Red World Fairy's tribulation. Who would have thought that he had already undergone 110,000 bolts of lightning tribulation? But this huge tribulation was far from over. Lin Feng now had the urge to curse in the street. Continuously transcending tribulations consumed a great deal of his energy. There were wounds all over his body. Moreover, the sea of lightning lasted for half a month without dissipating. The storm caused was too intense. Therefore, this matter gradually spread, and cultivators came one after another. Originally, many people thought that some treasure had appeared, which caused such a big commotion. But after coming here, they found out that it wasn't some heaven-defying treasure that had appeared. In fact, someone was undergoing tribulation here. After this matter spread out, it immediately caused an even bigger sensation. A cultivator's tribulation didn't end even after half a month. What kind of tribulation was this? Wasn't this too inconceivable? The news spread more and more. More and more cultivators gathered. Lin Feng didn't know the situation outside now. If he knew the situation outside, he would definitely laugh bitterly. Back then, Lin Feng didn't expect to undergo so many tribulations. He thought that it would end in about 7 or 8 days. If it only took 7 or 8 days, it shouldn't attract the attention of other cultivators. Even if it attracted the attention of other cultivators. By the time the news spread out and the other party arrived, Lin Feng would have already left. But the key point was, Lin Feng's tribulation this time, it actually took more than half a month. Moreover, after spending such a long time, he still hadn't successfully passed the great emperor's tribulation. So Lin Feng had miscalculated this time. This also caused a large number of cultivators to gather. As the tribulation took longer and longer, the lightning tribulation that descended from the sky also became stronger and stronger. The further it went, the more terrifying the lightning tribulation became. Lin Feng also found it very difficult to resist the lightning tribulation later on. His physical body was destroyed several times, but with the immortal bloodline, his flesh and blood were reborn. It was restored again. Then he continued to resist the powerful lightning tribulation. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. Lin Feng had already spent 20 days to pass the great emperor's tribulation, and Lin Feng's tribulation had also reached 140,000 kinds of tribulations. But the lightning tribulation still hadn't dissipated. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The Red World Fairy was such a heaven-defying figure, but she only had 108,000 lightning tribulations. And himself, now he had already passed 140,000 lightning tribulations, but he still hadn't succeeded. What kind of tribulation was his tribulation? Immortal tribulation. It must be the immortal tribulation. Is that person going to become an immortal? A cultivator recognized that Lin Feng's tribulation was actually an immortal tribulation, and then said aloud, "What? That's an immortal tribulation? After the ancient times, is there really someone who is going to become an immortal again? The person who is going through the tribulation, which race's expert is it?" Chapter 3655. This was the heavenly sage great world, the home of the myriad races. Most of the people were cultivators of the myriad races. Of course, there were also foreign cultivators. However, those foreign cultivators would not break through in the heavenly sage great world, because if they were discovered by the heavenly sage great world's forces, they would very likely be targeted by the heavenly sage great world. There was an 80% chance that they would die. This was also the reason why so many cultivators of the myriad races felt that the cultivator undergoing the immortal tribulation was one of them. Of course, these people were mainly further away from Lin Feng because they did not dare to enter the area covered by the lightning tribulation. Once they entered the area covered by the lightning tribulation, they would also suffer. At such a distance, they could not see clearly who the person undergoing the tribulation was. If they had seen Lin Feng up close, they would have been astonished. They would know that the person undergoing the tribulation was not a cultivator of the myriad races. Ever since the 5 emperor-level ancestors fell, I thought that the heavenly sage great world no longer had any emperor-level experts. Who would have thought that an expert undergoing the immortal tribulation would appear now? This should be a hidden emperor-level expert, right? Yes, he should be such an expert, living a carefree life. But now, it seems that his identity is a mystery. Many cultivators of the myriad races were still discussing. At this moment, an old cultivator said, he's not trying to break through to the immortal realm. He's trying to break through to the great emperor realm. How is that possible? His tribulation is clearly an immortal tribulation. Such a terrifying tribulation is just to break through to the great emperor realm? Isn't this too much nonsense? Immediately, a cultivator said, not believing the old man's words. Undergoing the immortal tribulation to break through to the great emperor realm and undergoing the immortal tribulation to break through to the immortal realm were two completely different concepts. To break through to the great emperor realm, one should undergo the emperor tribulation. How could it be an immortal tribulation? Of course, if breaking through to the great emperor realm was really an immortal tribulation, this was too heaven-defying. That's right, this senior must have seen wrongly, right? Yes, it's clearly an immortal tribulation. How could it be an immortal tribulation to break through to the great emperor realm? Many cultivators whispered in each other's ears. The old man said, immortal tribulation, but that cultivator's tribulation's aura is not right. After hearing the old man's words, many people's hearts suddenly trembled. They were so far away, and there was such a powerful lightning tribulation. Who would dare to release their divine sense to sense the aura of the person undergoing the tribulation? Wouldn't that mean that he was tired of living too comfortably? That kind of behavior. He was simply courting death. However, this old man was able to do all of this without anyone noticing. This was enough to show how terrifying this old man was. Such a powerful existence shouldn't be spouting nonsense. Senior, are you saying that that person underwent an immortal tribulation and broke through to the great emperor realm? Has such a thing happened before? Someone asked. The old man narrowed his eyes and said, very little. In addition, many historical materials had been lost. The later generations know even less about it. I once saw a section of history in a Taoist scripture. It said that an ancestor of one of the clans did it before, but this was something that happened before the Desolate Era. That Taoist scripture was severely damaged, so it's impossible to determine which clan that ancestor belonged to. However, if we talk about it more closely, I do remember a person, the Red World Fairy of the 9 provinces, Great World. When she broke through to the great emperor realm, the tribulation she underwent was an immortal tribulation. I've heard of this before, but it's definitely just a legend. It shouldn't be true, right? That's right. Undergoing an immortal tribulation to break through to the great emperor realm. It sounds like a story. It's really hard to believe that it's true. One after another, cultivators said. They couldn't believe that undergoing an immortal tribulation and breaking through to the great emperor realm. In fact, anyone who heard of such a thing would have doubts unless they saw it with their own eyes. The old man smiled faintly and didn't continue to explain. This was because he didn't need to explain anything to these people who didn't believe him. Those who knew the Red World Fairy, well, they would definitely believe that everything he said was true. Boom, 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 boom. While the onlookers outside were still discussing animatedly all kinds of lightning tribulations continued to descend. Every lightning tribulation was incomparably terrifying. It was getting more and more difficult for Lin Feng to resist. But fortunately, Lin Feng persevered. Once again, he successfully passed through 9,999 lightning tribulations. However, at this time, Lin Feng was about to reach his limit. His magic power was basically depleted, and the origin energy that he had devoured before, the power of the great world, and so on. It was almost depleted. However, the lightning tribulation had yet to disperse. Lin Feng's expression became incomparably ugly. This lightning tribulation was much more terrifying than he had imagined. If there were more lightning tribulations later, this tribulation, it was very likely to end in failure. This is the Great Immortal Tao Tribulation. It contains 149,999 types of lightning tribulations. You have now passed 149,999 types of lightning tribulations. There are only 9 types left before you can successfully pass the tribulation. At this time, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Great Immortal Tao Tribulation? What kind of tribulation is this? Lin Feng asked in shock. It's a type of immortal tribulation. The first level is called the Small Immortal Tao Tribulation. It contains 108,000 types of tribulations. The second level is called the Great Immortal Tao Tribulation, which is the tribulation that you are currently undergoing. As for the other more powerful tribulations, you will slowly understand them in the future. The Demon Lord said. Immediately after, the Demon Lord's voice fell. Then he didn't speak again. Lin Feng took a deep breath. There were only 9 lightning tribulations left. If he could withstand these last 9 lightning tribulations, then he would be able to successfully pass the Great Immortal Tao Tribulation. He would be able to successfully break through to the Great Emperor Realm. With his own accumulation, once he broke through to the Great Emperor Realm, his battle strength would increase to an unimaginable level. Of course, the premise of everything was that he could successfully break through. If he failed to break through, only death awaited them. No matter what, he had to persevere. Lin Feng seized the time to recover his injured body, and the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens. It was also brewing, the last 9 lightning tribulations. It was also the last chance to kill Lin Feng. So, these last 9 lightning tribulations, it must be an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who knew this. The Demon Lord was also very clear about this. Therefore, the Demon Lord didn't continue to disturb Lin Feng. He hoped that Lin Feng could recover quickly. However, Lin Feng's exhaustion was too great. It was impossible for him to recover to his peak state. Boom. Chapter 36:56. Everyone looked at the powerful thunder tribulation above the 9 heavens. The lightning tribulation had condensed into a dazzling light of tribulation. It was a light of tribulation. It was extremely powerful and contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The light of tribulation exuded an oppressive aura. Many people felt as if they were suffocating. It was as if they were facing an immortal ruler. In front of the light of tribulation, it was as if they had turned into ants. The light of tribulation. It's the light of tribulation. This person actually attracted the light of tribulation. The heavenly Tao doesn't allow him to live in this world. A middle-aged cultivator shouted in shock when he saw the light of tribulation. His face was filled with horror. What? The lightning tribulation condensed in the sea of lightning is the legendary light of tribulation? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Many cultivators had heard of the light of tribulation before. He knew how terrifying the light of tribulation was. Of course, there were also many who had never heard of the light of tribulation. Therefore, they were confused when they heard about it. They didn't know what the light of tribulation was, but it had shocked so many cultivators. What exactly is the light of tribulation? Someone asked. A cultivator said, the light of tribulation refers to the supreme heavenly Tao. Some people call it the great heavenly Tao. The light of tribulation is a kind of light of tribulation that descends from the heavenly Tao. It's said that the light of tribulation is the most terrifying light of tribulation in all the worlds. It can destroy all living beings. Although this lightning tribulation only condensed a single light of tribulation, it's still terrifying enough. Another cultivator said, a single ray of heavenly tribulation light can kill an emperor lord-level expert. I wonder if this legend is true? What? A single light of tribulation is so powerful? Isn't that too terrifying? Many people couldn't help but cry out in surprise, their faces full of deep shock. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. A single light of tribulation. It could kill an imperial lord. If thousands of light of tribulation were to descend, even an immortal would be killed, right? At this moment, the light of tribulation condensed in the sky and blasted toward Lin Feng. When the light of tribulation enveloped Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's expression changed. Lin Feng felt a thick aura of death enveloping his entire body. It was a terrible feeling. One had to know. There were still 9 bolts of lightning left. The following lightning tribulation. Each one was more terrifying than the last. Now, this lightning tribulation, it was the weakest of the 9 lightning tribulations. However, now that he was facing the weakest of the 9 lightning tribulations, he could actually feel the aura of death enveloping his entire body. The following lightning tribulation. How could he resist? Of course, now was not the time to think about the lightning tribulation. What he had to consider now was the lightning tribulation in front of him. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. 3 Lin Feng appeared. Next, Lin Feng used the 9 layers domineering magnetic field and the triple spatial shackles. When the 9-layer domineering magnetic field and spatial imprisonment were used, the surrounding void seemed to have solidified. Lin Feng wanted to use these 2 peerless methods to break through the light of tribulation. However, the power of the light of tribulation was too powerful. It actually destroyed Lin Feng's 9-layer domineering magnetic field and triple spatial imprisonment. Then, it destroyed Lin Feng's 2 incarnations. Finally, it headed towards Lin Feng's original body. If only he could activate his magic treasure to deal with the light of tribulation. However, he couldn't use magic treasure to transcend the tribulation. Transcending the tribulation, he could only rely on himself. With magic treasure, or someone to help, it would only backfire. Not only would it not help him, but it would also harm him in the end. So when the light of tribulation blasted over, Lin Feng quickly dodged and then used the 8 divine seals. He wanted to seal the light of tribulation directly, but Lin Feng failed. The light of tribulation quickly slashed over. It was about to split Lin Feng in half. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Swish! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared from the spot. The light of tribulation brushed past Lin Feng's body. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared behind the celestial culpolites and threw a punch at them. On Lin Feng's fist, it was surrounded by endless demonic light. Those rays of demonic light. It was as if they could destroy the world. Bang! This punch landed on the light of tribulation. The light of tribulation was directly shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng opened his big hand and directly used the great devouring technique, devouring all the Tao source after the light of tribulation shattered. These Tao source could increase Lin Feng's realm. Moreover, it could help Lin Feng recover quickly. The light of tribulation has shattered. Oh my God, isn't this person too terrifying? Even the light of tribulation was broken by him. A light of tribulation can kill an emperor lord, but it can't defeat this person. Could it be that this person can already kill an emperor lord? Is he really just breaking through to the emperor realm? Of course not. Don't listen to that old man's nonsense. This person must have broken through to the immortal realm. Many cultivators began to discuss. Some felt that Lin Feng had broken through to the emperor realm, while others felt that Lin Feng had broken through to the immortal realm. But no matter which view they held, now that they saw Lin Feng break through the light of tribulation, everyone was shocked. Of course, those who believed that Lin Feng had broken through to the emperor realm were far more shocked than those who thought that Lin Feng had broken through to the immortal realm. This was because breaking through to the great emperor realm and breaking through to the immortal realm were two completely different concepts. And at this moment, the sea of lightning was condensing the eighth last lightning tribulation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud sound shook heaven and earth. Everyone was alarmed. Everyone looked at the sea of lightning above the 9 heavens. They wondered what kind of lightning tribulation could cause such a big commotion. At this moment, many people couldn't help but look at the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens in shock. Amidst the endless sea of thunder and lightning, giant lightning dragons were pulling ancient war chariots as they flew through the sky. On the ancient chariots stood a dense crowd of cultivators. Those cultivators were wearing battle armor and holding immortal treasures. The heavenly soldiers and generals have appeared. Many people exclaimed, "This lightning tribulation, 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and generals had appeared. Lightning dragons pulled chariots. War drums beat. A dense crowd of heavenly soldiers and generals charged over. A terrifying aura filled the air. Many people couldn't help but feel the urge to kneel and bow to the heavenly soldiers and generals. You mortals, how dare you defy the heavens? You've committed treason. You deserve death." A cold voice came from the army. Then 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and generals crushed the void. Smoke and dust billowed and turned into a torrent toward Lin Feng. Chapter 36:57. Cultivators are born to defy the heavens. If the heavens suppress me, I will trample the heavens under my feet. The heavens want me dead. I will poke a hole in the heavens. Lin Feng's voice was cold. His body emitted a terrifying aura that refused to submit to the heavens and the earth. Cultivators were born. They fought against the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng stepped toward the 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and generals. Although he was alone, he was fearless. "Kill!" Lin Feng roared. "Kill!" The 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and generals also roared. Then, the surging torrent drowned Lin Feng. "Oh my God, he's drowned by the army. Will he die under the attack of the army?" Many cultivators could not help but exclaim. Shocked gazes. They looked at Lin Feng, who was fighting with the army. In just a short moment, they could no longer see Lin Feng's figure. The 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and generals were too terrifying. The powerful aura they emitted was simply despairing. No one thought that Lin Feng could survive the attack of the 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and generals. When the surging torrent crushed the sky and left, everyone saw, in the void, a figure covered in blood stood proudly. That figure, his body was already broken. If it were a cultivator of another race, his physical body might have been completely dead. However, that figure was still standing proudly in the world. His aura was so powerful. It was an aura that fought against the heavens and the earth. He's not dead. Many people were shocked and could not believe that the million celestial soldiers and generals just now, who were so powerful, could not kill that person. That person. Wasn't that too terrifying? An old man said, "The million celestial soldiers and generals are indeed powerful. If it were any other cultivator, they might have died long ago. But this person is different. Why is he different?" Many people were puzzled. Look at the injuries on his body. His physical body is almost completely shattered. No one can withstand such injuries when their physical body has been destroyed to such an extent. So, if it were anyone else, they would have already died. However, this cultivator's physical body is extremely strong. Most importantly, he can quickly recover from his injuries. An old man said, ordinary cultivators could only see blurry figures in the distance, unable to see the specific situation. They couldn't even see Lin Feng's injuries. They also couldn't see Lin Feng, circulating his immortal divine body to quickly recover from his injuries. The only thing they could see was that Lin Feng passed through one lightning tribulation after another. However, not everyone could see this. For example, the old man in front of him had unfathomable strength, and he was able to see all this. However, he couldn't see it clearly, but at least some scenes could be seen. To be able to recover so quickly, what kind of physique is this? Someone else asked, is there such a constitution among the myriad races? The elder said, the sacred immortal physique, the myriad medicine king physique, and other physiques can do it, but it doesn't seem to be at his level. At this point, the old man couldn't help but frown. This was because he had thought of another type of physique, a physique that was almost legendary. This physique was the legendary immortal divine body. However, the immortal divine body wasn't a physique possessed by the myriad races. This was a physique that only the cultivators of the immortal clan could possess, and the immortal clan wasn't a force of the myriad races. However, the old man didn't voice his suspicions. Maybe the bloodline has returned to its ancestral state. These powerful physiques have unimaginable abilities. If the bloodline has returned to its ancestral state, it would be even more shocking. That's right. It must be so. It must be the bloodline returning to its ancestral state. Many cultivators said they seem to have a deep obsession with bloodline rent returning. Many things could be attributed to bloodline rent returning. Just as the old man from the myriad races said, the 1 million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals earlier might have been disastrous for others. However, Lin Feng relied on his powerful physical body. With the characteristics of the immortal divine body, he successfully blocked the attacks of the 1 million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Now, the 7th last lightning tribulation could be prepared. Lin Feng tried to circulate his immortal divine body to recover from his injuries. However, this time, Lin Feng's injuries had only recovered a small portion, and he couldn't circulate his immortal divine body anymore. Because circulating the immortal divine body also required a lot of magic power to support it. And now, Lin Feng's magic power was almost exhausted. However, there were still the last 7 lightning tribulations. This was simply too despairing. Even Lin Feng himself couldn't help but feel his hands and feet turn cold at this moment. The strength of the lightning tribulation this time was far beyond Lin Feng's imagination. He originally thought that with his powerful accumulation, he could easily pass the Emperor Tribulation. Who would have thought that this tribulation might consign him to eternal damnation? The shadow of death shrouded Lin Feng's heart. No matter how optimistic a person was, they would probably feel despair now. The fluctuations in the sea of lightning were getting more and more intense. Lin Feng knew. Soon, the seventh last lightning tribulation would descend. When the time came, would it be a dead end for him? At this moment, countless voices suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Great God, pray that I can have a bright future on the path of martial arts. Great God, please bless my mother so that she can recover soon. Great God, I hope you can bless my child to grow up healthily. These voices included men's voices, women's voices, old people's voices, and young people's voices. All kinds of voices were intertwined. Those voices were all praying. When he heard those voices, Lin Feng's body suddenly shook. The next moment, a long river condensed from the power of faith tore through the void and quickly flew over. That long river fell from the sky, flew toward Lin Feng, and then poured into Lin Feng's body. The power of faith, those powers, they were all the power of faith. When Lin Feng gained a firm foothold in the great world of exile, he began to build a temple for himself. Lin Feng ordered his subordinates to do their best to help the people in his territory solve their problems. Thus, many people began to believe in Lin Feng. This was the first portion of the power of faith that Lin Feng had obtained. Later on, Lin Feng also built some temples outside the 9 continents. In addition, after Lin Feng expelled the myriad races from the Sky Martial Continent, in order to express their gratitude to Lin Feng, the cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent expressed their gratitude to him. They all built temples for Lin Feng, and these temples produced a large amount of power of faith. Originally, Lin Feng did not have any special concept of the power of faith, because he had never been able to absorb the power of faith. Lin Feng had once thought that building a temple was useless, but now Lin Feng knew how useful it was to build a temple and have countless people believe in him. As the power of faith poured into his body,